All right, are we in here, ladies and gentlemen? Let's see it. Are we in here? Are we live? Day 2, rounds 2 and 3. Here we go. Are we up? Let's see the chat. Let's see them flood in. There it is. There it is. All right, we are in here. Life is good, ladies and gentlemen. Trading Stukes or Keontae Scott, please. GOAT with back-to-back lives. Give me McDonald. Let's go. Salute from D'Iberville. Shout out D'Iberville. Shout out Sangani. What's up, James? Edge in the second. Possibly. Possibly. Could be. Zion Young's there. Cassius Howell's there. So, yeah. Young, Howell. Certainly some options at edge. Some options in the interior with Caden McDonald. Some options linebacker. CJ Allen. Eli Stowers is there. Obviously, Stukes. You still got like Pons. Jacob Rodriguez is there. Double dip at wide receiver. LMAO. A lot of options. A lot of options. And then the will we trade? Will the trade happen? Right? We've heard about the trade with the Giants with Kayvon Thibodeau. I don't know. The price I saw was 2/4. It seems a little bit much. So I'll see it when I believe it. I smoked a brisket for this. There you go. Is that a new Skrmetta shirt? It's on the store. It is on the store. It's been out. And then we released this right before the start of the season. I wonder why you didn't cover Keontae Scott too much. Just you thinking he wouldn't be there for us? Yeah, I mean, I just thought, we can only cover so many prospects, but we had a handful of DBs that we liked more. He just didn't make the cut on the channel. We got some serious options, no doubt. Love the channel, James. You're the GOAT. I appreciate that. A few cans of Guinness ready. There you go. There you go. James, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad do you want Stukes? It would be cool. That would be cool. Stukes would be awesome. Stukes would be a lot of fun to see. Hey, James, have you ever considered being a reporter in the media room, or is that a hard field to get into? I was a reporter a long time ago. I left that. So I have no plans of going back. I was a reporter, been there, done that. Not a fan. I would much rather do what I'm doing now. So, yeah, I have no desire to get back into that. Maybe Necro has super chatted $10. Love the content, bud. Have a drink on me. Thank you, man. I will. I appreciate that. Long time ago? It was about 14 years ago. Yeah, it was about 14 years ago. Yeah, I was a reporter for a while. Not for me. Didn't like it. Would you host my 36th birthday party? That'd be wild. Let's go, Saints DB. Round 2. Need this to get me through this dance competition in Biloxi. Woo! I got a couple friends over there at a dance comp in Biloxi as well. Yeah. Who do you not want at 42? There's a lot of options. I mean, I'm pretty cool across the board. We could go in a bunch of different directions. There really isn't someone. The only person, I guess, now that you like, the biggest red flag, I guess, is McCoy, just because of the injury. Like, I just don't think people know about the injury or the medical or whatever. But if his medical and all that stuff is fine, then, or it's not fine. I mean, obviously there's word he has to have surgery and all that. But if you're okay with the risk, then it at a certain point it does become value. But he would be the biggest, like, okay, what's going on here? But I mean, anyone else, I would be fine with Zion Young. I'd be fine with Howell or McDonald. I'd be fine if we got Jacob Rodriguez, obviously. I'd be cool with any of the cornerbacks. A lot of good cornerbacks out there. Stukes and Pons and all these guys. I really liked some of the guys who went late. I liked Chris Johnson. We talked about Omar Cooper, obviously. We talked about some of these other guys that went late. So there were some studs in there too, but there's a ton of good players here for the Saints. Let's see here. $5 from Morphatrix. James, what's your top 5 board for rounds 2-3 if you can only pick 5 players and hope they're there at either 42 or 73? It's hard to do without knowing who's there. You know what I mean? It's hard to do, but I think if you're looking at just a board, like if you're just looking at the board for where we're at right now, you got to feel pretty good about it. Like you got to feel pretty good about who's available on the board. So I'll say that. I think that's a pretty solid spot. Great job yesterday. It had to be rough not being a spoiler. Best draft coverage ever. I appreciate that, man. Bucks has resubscribed for 30. Guys, listen to this. Listen to this. Bucks resubscribed for 33 months. Knocking the fucking door down for big 33 months. Unbelievable. I mean, Bucks, it doesn't get more of a real one than Bucks. He was there on day 1, second 1, minute 1. 33 straight months, man. An absolute OG. All right. Here we are. The draft begins, ladies and gentlemen. Do I think we'll trade up? I hope we don't trade up. I don't like the idea of trading up. It depends on the pick. You know what I mean? Like, it depends on the pick. It depends on the trade. The last trade I heard was 2 fourths for Thibodeau. And 2 fourths for Thibodeau is too much, I think. I mean, I would rather the players. I would rather the 2 picks. So, I would just rather the player. I would just rather the extra player than trading them for Thibodeau, Yeah, Colton Hood would be sweet. He'd be awesome. All right, we got Goodell doing his thing per usual. What do I think about Danny? I like Danny Dennis Sutton a lot. I like him. I'm a fan. I mean, like, you just turn the picks into players. Turn the picks into players, and it changes the trade. Like, if you say, would you trade, whatever. Would you trade Quincy Riley and Jonas Sanker for Kayvon Thibodeau? It's like, probably not. You know what I mean? When they're just picks, when it's just like nameless, faceless picks, it's like, okay, whatever. But it's rookie contracts, it's players, it's roster spots, like, so. All right. Is Colton Hood the best cornerback available? He's up there. It depends. I mean, depends on if you're going to play Stukes at cornerback or safety. Depends on what you think about McCoy's knee, but all right, it has officially begun. All right, let's see how this plays out. So obviously, things to watch out for. Players we want. The Zion Youngs of the world, McDonald, Jacob Rodriguez, Stukes. We want them to hold on. And then the rumors of the trade. That's also what we got to kind of pay attention to. Rattler for Thibodeau, hypothetically? Yeah, absolutely. But that's not even, that ain't happening. I'm not sure why the Giants would want Spencer Rattler, but Yeah, if they called and said, "Hey, man, we'll do Kayvon Thibodeau for Spencer Rattler," yes, you would drive him to the airport. Don't sleep on Pond. No, I like D'Angelo Ponds a lot. James, if we go by BPA and end up not drafting a difference-making edge or corner, would it be terrible? I don't think you can put a qualifier on any player. Like, I don't think you can say, like, difference maker here or whatever, because that's a total unknown. You know, like, we don't know who actually are difference makers, you know, but if we don't draft a edge or corner and we get it through free agency or whatever else, then you know, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Are you ready to rumble? Here we go. I wouldn't mind a guard. Last year they went offense, then defense. Wonder if it shakes the same. Wait, the draft started already? It started 6 minutes ago. Yeah. Yeah, it started at 6 tonight. They're doing 2 rounds. So we're doing the second round and the third round. Could you imagine if we took Chris Bell after taking Tyson? That would be nuts. Like Stowers, I think Eli Stowers, I'm not going to say the Saints would take him, but I think he is an interesting player. And if the Saints go Stowers and Tyson, man, I mean, that would be crazy. That would be absolutely insane. My boys keep saying Shuck is going to fall off and he's not good. Just ask him why. Just ask him to explain it. Usually if you ask people to explain a take like that, they usually just completely fall apart and they don't know what that. I mean, you know, they usually just there's nothing there. Eli Heidenreich at 42. Hey, I'm not mad about it. Conejo has super chatted $2. Hello from San Antonio. Who that? Who that, man? Does drafting a nose tackle, linebacker, or a safety give a clue toward how they feel about Cam? I don't think so. I mean, I think Cam is like a security blanket. Like if they don't end up with an edge, maybe they're thinking, okay, we whiffed on the edge, we missed our opportunity. Let's just you know go with Cam. So I think he's an option. You know what I mean? James Garden the second would be a sneaky smart pick. Best line in the NFL, 4 downs all the way. Depends on if he starts. You know, like if you get a starting guard in the second, yeah, that'd be awesome. But if you get a rotational guard in the second, you know, did you pass on a starter to get a rotational guard? You got to weigh that kind of stuff. Any predictions? I think if Zion Young is on the board, we get him. That's my prediction. But if I think there's a couple cornerbacks that we would take a look at. I think Young we'd take a look at. Do I think we're trading up? I don't know. I don't think if the player they want, I mean, we have ammo. You know, like we have those extra picks. So if we have to trade up to get someone we really like, maybe you do it here. You think kicker is fixed for us? I think we're fine with our kicker and punter situation. Punter, definitely. Overall grade A to B plus for Tyson. Yeah, I think that's about right. I gave it a B plus, so I think that's about right. What's good from Cali? Shout out California. Bayou Boy has super chatted $1.99. Do you think we'll take McCoy from Tennessee? Possible. He's a hell of a player. A lot of people thought he was going to go in the first round. So, James, which guards do you think could push Ruiz? I mean, the guards they're going to look at, like, you know, we've talked about Pregnon a lot. Let's see here. You got, Bo Stevens we talked about a lot. Connor Lew's a center, but still he's a guy who got a lot of run there in the interior. But Pregnon, you know, he dipped in there to where he was a first rounder for a long time. And now he's drifted into the second round, so. All right, the Niners pick is in. James, what tight end do you think can fit this team in the draft? I mean, Stowers is sweet. I don't think we take Stowers, but he is sweet. Hattiesburg, Mississippi, listening to the best to ever do it. Boom. There you go, to the top. If we go Garden the second, riding on the wall for Ruiz, it's definitely a competition. I mean, at that point, you're definitely taking that guard, hoping he wins the position battle, but there's a chance you get him, he doesn't win the battle, and then Ruiz remains the starter. All right, here we go. San Francisco. Shout out from Socher, Mississippi. There you go. Backfield is good, but thin. Ours pretty deep. Saints pretty deep in the backfield. All right. Let's see. The 49ers, who are they going to go with here? They could probably shore up the offensive line. Outside of Trent Williams, the offensive line's ugly. They could do a little bit of anything. They could go edge, could go offensive line. Wow. Wow. Ole Miss wide receiver Deshaun Stripling. Okay. All right. Stacking wide receivers. Stacking. I think that was a bit unexpected. That was a bit unexpected there. Stripling goes ahead of some of the other wide receivers that we've talked about. You know, the Denzel Boston, Chris Bell, Jeremy Bernard. Wow. Bit of a surprise. But Kyle Shanahan's one of those guys. You know, Kellen Moore is kind of working his way to that too, where you take a guy, it's like, all right, you know, if Kyle Shanahan is taking him, then he's probably going to know how to use him. So, you know, we're kind of getting there with Kellen Moore, where when Kellen takes somebody, Sean Payton, same thing, right? Sean Payton takes an offensive player, you just expect, like, all right, he probably knows what he's doing. Shanahan, McVay, O'Connell, LaFleur, like, all right, they know a thing or two. All right, so how does this work? Does this just automatically update here? We got ESPN, we got this board up, boom. Then we got the PFF live draft tracker. First time I've ever seen the live draft tracker. But Stribling doesn't affect us at all. So, I mean, that's good for the Saints. It's good for the Saints that they go Stribling because now whoever we want, it can just kind of continue to move on down the board. Are there any good tight ends? Yeah, Stowers is sweet. Camo, Aiden, and Shanahan's league. Yeah, no, yeah, not yet. He's well on his way, but no, Shanahan, McVay, those guys are in a different league. James, would you take Chris Bell with the next pick, or what? I wouldn't double dip. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. I would go. I mean, if you're going to double dip, you might go Stowers instead. Just go tight end and wide receiver. But I think getting 2 wide receivers in the first 2 rounds is that's pretty. That's a lot. I don't know about that. All right, the Cardinals have made their pick. Tipton's not getting traded. Yeah, I mean, Tipton doesn't have any trade value. I don't think anybody would. I don't think anybody would make a call there. All right, the Cardinals go. And they need offensive line. Pregnon? Bazantis. Okay, so they went offensive line. Yeah, I mean, you take Jeremiah Love is just all offensive line from then on. Just all offensive line. Just keep rolling. Man, am I gonna have to do this on my own? Like, how is the PFF live tracker not? What goes on here? All right, let's do it. I guess I can just do it. Mock draft simulator. I guess I can just do this again. That's what I was doing last night. We can just do this again. We'll do rounds 1, 2, 3. Rounds 1 through 3. I don't know why it looks like that. All right, let's do this. Okay, perfect. They did the actual. There you go. Okay, perfect. Perfect. All right. It's exactly what we needed. All right, good. Good. All right, perfect. Start draft. There we go. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, the Bills are on the clock. Cards are like 4 years away from competing. That division is brutal. Yeah, I mean, tough. I mean, yeah. Subjective Perspective Collective is super chatted $5. Feel better about the Tyson pick after hearing more talk about his reasons. Tough and handling adversity. Appreciate what you do, brother. Who dat? There you go. There you go. Yeah, I think all of the conversation around Tyson has been appropriate. You know, I think everyone's relatively excited with some, you know, hesitation and concern, which is about right. James, what are your top 3 best and worst picks team decision of round 1? Worst one by far was Ty Simpson. I thought Cleveland did a good job. I thought Dallas did a good job. I think Tennessee, I don't want to say it was a bad. Jeremiah Love's an interesting pick with Arizona because of the money. Like, you start getting into like the contract and how much, you know, there's some roster building financial elements to that, but Simpson I think was the worst for sure. Yeah, I have a video coming out on the Simpson stuff, but yeah, Snead and Jason Simpson are boys. That whole situation's insane. That situation was really crazy. Bills traded down 3 times. Crazy. James, do I think the Steelers will draft Nussmeier today? The Steelers definitely. That would be a good landing spot for Nuss. That would be a good spot for him. All right, TJ Parker, Clemson. All right, Parker goes. All right, now the Raiders are on the clock. James, how are we feeling today? We feeling good. Feeling good, man. How are y'all feeling today? Great on the fly draft tracker fix. Face of the franchise is slick. Those 4-way stop guys a while back would have been plugging in another laptop. Yeah, the young bulls with the backward hat, that crew, that pot. Yeah, that would have been. They might have had to shut it down. Yeah, I believe Colston is announcing the 42nd pick. James, PFF mocks Pregnon, Zion Young, and Colton Hood are usually the top players available in the second. How do you feel about those guys? Prefer one over the other? All 3 of those are good. I mean, if we end up with any of those 3, I'm happy. All those guys can play. That crew can't figure out the keypad lock outside the building? Yeah. Raiders, I thought the Texans were on the clock. Now it's saying the Texans are. So did the Texans make a trade? Did they trade up with the Ravens? Oh, hold up. Oh. Texans and Raiders did a trade. Okay, who do the Texans want here? It might be, who do the Texans go with in the first? Let's see. The Texans ended up with Keelan Rutledge. They took a guard. Do they go guard? Who could they want here? I mean, a lot of options. A lot of options. Houston's got to shore up their offensive line as well. They need to throw some serious assets at that. Would I trade for Thibodeau? No, I wouldn't. I would not. I would not. I would not trade for Thibodeau. I mean, it depends on the trade. I wouldn't. Let me take that back. I wouldn't trade a draft. I wouldn't trade draft picks for Thibodeau. If it's like players or whatever or a mix, then you could have a conversation. But I wouldn't give like 2 fourths for Thibodeau. It all depends. Morphatrix has traded $10. One thing I really like about Tyson is he's not dressed in expensive chains and bling. Mansour Delane had the suit, and Kellen likes the humble character guys. That's from Morphatrix right there. Stribling really rose up the boards. Yeah, I mean that was a surprise. Stribling being a 33rd overall pick was pretty shocking there. The Saints have Stutzman, Ellis, and Werner, but would you still go with Rodriguez? I like Rodriguez a lot. I think he's a stud. Yeah, I mean, I don't personally I could care less what a player wears or does. I don't think there's anything to. I don't think that any of that translates. I don't think it matters. Like a lot of people, like if you ever heard the Colin Cowherd thing about the backward hats, like Colin Cowherd always says, like you can't trust a quarterback that wears a backwards hat, and it's like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a hat. You know what I mean? Like, does it matter? Like he used to crush Dan Quinn because Dan Quinn wore a backwards hat and still wears a backwards hat. But like, does it matter? Does it matter if Dan Quinn wears his hat backward or forward? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think so. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters if a player wears a suit and tie or wears a shirt and athletic shorts or, I don't think it matters. Yeah, Mayfield, Cowherd used to crush Mayfield. I believe it was Mayfield went on his show once Mayfield kind of turned things around. I think he wore a backwards hat on the show. What about going cornerback in the second? Definitely possible. Definitely possible. I don't care if they run naked through the woods if they're winning on the field. Yeah, same. I remember watching the first ever Texans game. Pretty sure it was against the Cowboys. All right, there you go. Katie McDonald, interior defensive lineman off the board. Great spot for him. Great player. I thought he could have been a first rounder. Stud player. Great spot to go. If you're an interior defensive lineman and you end up in Houston, I mean, what else could you ask for? It's another great defensive player for a great defense. Yeah, he's a player, man. He's a player. Again, the Vernon Broughton thing is totally unknown with the Saints, but is that my boy Drew Rosenhaus in the back? Is that Drew? I haven't seen him in a while. If Vernon Broughton didn't exist with the Saints, I think McDonald would have been a good trade-up candidate. You love to see the passion, man. You love to see the emotion. You love to see the passion. All these guys are realizing the boyhood dream. They're all realizing, like, damn, I'm here. I'm in the NFL. I'm getting that paycheck. I can put on the uniform. I can put on the helmet. My life is different. My family's life is different. I did it. The hard work paid off. The squats, the deadlifts, the cardio, the diet, all that stuff paid off. I'm in the NFL. Here we go. My career is starting. You know, what a moment, what a feeling. And that's the stuff you got to remember too. You know, you got to remember like these are, you know, like these are kids. These are guys who are, you know, biggest moment of their life. So big ups. Big ups. Skater, $5 super chat. I know we say the hit rate on first round wide receivers is low, but Chris Olave is evidence the Saints can do it. Hopefully the trend continues. Yeah, I mean, trends are your friend until they're not. You know what I mean? Like trends, they go both ways. You know, so there's all it is risk. That's all it is. All the draft is weighing risk and all of that. And at the end of the day, once tomorrow happens, once the draft is over, at that point, it's just play. You know what I mean? All right, so good pick for Houston there. I gotta do this. That's right. So the Bills take. All right, so the Bills took Parker, right? Bills go Parker. The Raiders traded with I forgot I had to do this. The Raiders trade with the Texans. I don't remember what the trade was. We'll just swap these. All right, we'll do that. And then the Texans take McDonald. There have been so many trades. All right, so the Giants are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. All right, they had a huge first round with the two top 10 picks. What up, face of the franchise? We are blessed to be watching your ultimate magnificence. Are we sure Quincy Riley and Kool-Aid are good, or do we need a boundary corner? I know they are good, but we could use some depth for sure. Colton to Giants. Colton Hood. Yeah, Hood. The Giants are. Is that what's going? If the Giants take Hood, they are nailing it. They are absolutely nailing it. Overwhelmed with emotions. Yeah. But yeah, the Giants. You know, if they, the Giants can do so much though. They're another team where they're just stacking impact players, just kind of similar as the Saints last year. To stack good players, get good players. And if you do that, if you just get good players and figure out what to do with them, like that's how the Seahawks built their roster. The Seahawks just said, we're going to just get as many good players as possible, and then we'll figure it out. We'll figure out where they play, how they want to play, what system, what scheme, whatever. Trevorrow 73 is super chatted $1.99. Had to show love to the best in the biz. Who dat? The Vultures super chatted $4.99 are going to the Saints Crawfish Cook-Off tomorrow. I am not. I will be streaming the draft. James, did I see Underhill's analysis of how Tyson's route usage aligned the best with Kellen Shuck's play out of all the prospects? Seeming was the best fit in addition to the best talent. Yes, the Tyson definitely is a good scheme fit for Tyson, for sure. Big time scheme fit. All right, Giants pick is in. They're moving pretty good through these picks. Keep on it, Goodell. Get to it, man. The pomp and the circumstance. Caldwell from Cincinnati. Yeah, Caldwell's sweet. He's a physical freak. Colton Hood. Okay, so yep, Colton Hood, great pick for the Giants. Giants are doing business, man. They're doing business. So good stuff there. If the draft process would have went another week or 2 weeks, I think Hood would have went into the first round. I think he just rose late. I think that's kind of what happened with him. He kind of rose late and ended up falling a little bit, but he ended up going ahead of McCoy, and McCoy 2 weeks ago was a top 10 pick. I know McCoy had the medical thing, but all of a sudden it was like, well, wait a minute. Maybe McCoy is actually better than, maybe Hood's better than McCoy. And we had 3 months straight where Jamal McCoy was considered a top 15 guy. So big time late riser there for Colton Hood, but good pick from the Giants. They're getting players. Man. John Harbaugh's going to have him doing something. Yeah, Arvell Reese, Francis Maui Noah, Colton Hood. We'll see what happens with Reese, where he's going to play, what they want to do with him. Can he figure it out as a pass rusher? Can he actually be the, all-pro edge or whatever? Or is he just going to be an off-ball linebacker? I think he's an absolute stud at linebacker. I think all of this, like, he can develop into an elite edge. Okay. But he still has to do it. You know what I mean? All right, the Raiders pick is in. Po' Boy Poker just left a $200 buy-in. 122 players. We chopped 3 ways for $3,500 apiece. After tips and beer, Tyson might be lucky. There you go. Congratulations, man. Nice hit. Last tournament I played in was down at Caesars on Canal. I ended up like 21st or something. All right. The Raiders pick is in. Let's see who they go with here. The Raiders are going to be interesting next year. Obviously, Cousins is going to start for a while. Who knows how long, but they got pieces. All right, this guy's talking about Mother's Day. I mean, hey, no doubt. All right, here we go. The Raiders pick is in, being announced. Trayden Stukes. There he is. Stud. Absolute stud, man. Absolute stud. Trayden Stukes, good for him. Love him like a brother. Shout out the Raiders. It is not a coincidence that Clint Kubiak was in New Orleans, watches the channel, and then they take Trayden Stukes. So shout out Clint Kubiak. I appreciate him watching the channel. Stukes is a stud. I mean, we discovered him. Somebody go pull up that video of when we did the Stukes breakdown and show me where was he on the big board. Was he in the hundreds? Someone show me. I think he was in the hundreds whenever we did our video breaking it down, and he rose all the way up to 38. I mean, sometimes I even surprise myself, but hell of a player. We'll see what they do with him. If he plays safety, if he plays cornerback, combination. Fernando Mendoza and Trayden Stukes. All right, Cleveland's pick is in. Cleveland could definitely be a wide receiver here. Cleveland definitely could go wide receiver. I mean, they could do it. They could go whatever. Nope, I got to do it. All right, we're going to make the pick. Here it is. Where's the GOAT? There he is. Bang. Trayden Stukes. All right, so they went Fanu, Concepcion. They could get another receiver here, fill out that room, go bop, bop. I mean, Denzel Boston and Concepcion is pretty nice. You go Spencer Fanu, Concepcion, Boston. That's nicey. They could go Fanu, Concepcion, Pregnon. That's nicey. They got a lot of good options. I would think it's between Pregnon and Boston, if I had to guess. D Dirty Dizzle, Triple D is super chatted $1.99. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for watching, man. Thank you for watching. Something tells me you played a huge role in Stukes' draft. Yeah, I got a sneaky feeling. Have y'all noticed, speaking of, have y'all noticed that like everyone's using Face of the Franchise now? I feel like I've heard Face of the Franchise more in the last like 24 hours than, it's just unbelievable. James, with Stooks gone, do the Saints take a cornerback or edge at 42? Right now, it's looking like Zion Young, if I had to guess, but they could still go a couple different directions. They could still go Terrell. There's still, who knows with McCoy. Do I think Seattle takes a step back without Kubiak? You always wonder, for sure. It's always a question. It's always a question of like when coordinators go, and sometimes it doesn't matter. Like we saw it with Tampa whenever Canales left, and then they got Coe, and it's like, yeah, well, okay. So sometimes it's not a big deal, but sometimes it definitely is. But it is absolutely worth watching. It is absolutely worth watching. Well, Peter Schrager had face of the franchise in his write-up about the Saints. Like, come on, Schrager. And then my boy Kyle Brandt was talking about Eli Heidenreich. So we got Heidenreich talking about, or Brandt talking about Heidenreich. Schrager dropping face of the franchise in his write-up about the Saints. It's like, what are we doing here, guys? Come on. Do I think the Saints take an edge if they're in discussions for Thibodeau? I mean, I would rather, if the options are take Zion Young or trade a fourth and something else for Thibodeau, I would just take Zion Young if it was me. What if Heidenreich goes in the third, even though he wasn't even projected to get drafted? Maybe other teams are watching. Yeah, I mean, I could see it. All right, let's see. Cleveland. Yeah, I mean, Cleveland, I'm either double dipping a wide receiver, filling out the room, or I'm going Pregnon here. Let's see. I'm gonna guess. I'm guessing Pregnon. Here we go. Denzel Boston. What I tell y'all? I might as well be in the room. I might as well be in the. I mean, just put me in the front office. Yep. I mean, that's strong. That is strong. That is strong. You go Concepcion, Boston. You have Judkins. You got some offensive line help. That's not bad at all. Now, who's going to play quarterback? You know what's crazy is I've heard a lot of people say that Deshaun Watson might be their quarterback next year. Yeah, Harold Fannin. So you got Judkins, Fannin, Boston, Concepcion. I mean, last two drafts, that's a lot. Watching from Salt Lake City, Utah in the mountains. Can't miss the face of the franchise. I was in Salt Lake City 2 years ago. Loved it. I was a big fan of Salt Lake. I definitely want to get back. I like Salt Lake a lot. What if the Saints get Chris Bell at 42? If the Saints double dip a wide receiver, that would be absolutely insane. Absolutely nuts. All right. Let me make the pick here. The Browns go Boston. Boom. Chiefs are up. Okay, so the Chiefs, they traded up for Delane, got Peter Woods. So what do they do here? I don't know if there's a wide receiver. Maybe Chris Bell. Maybe Jeremy Bernard. I know wide receiver was something. They could absolutely could take Cassius Howell here. All right, here we go. Chiefs are up. I mean, they could go McCoy. Go McCoy and Delane. That'd be kind of insane, wouldn't it? That would be crazy. But you talk about fix that room. R. Mason Thomas. A lot of people out of Oklahoma A lot of people were really high on him. Really high. He was one of those guys where, depending on who you talk to, it was kind of like Malachi Lawrence. Like Malachi Lawrence was like that, where some people had Malachi Lawrence as like the second or third best edge. And same for R. Mason Thomas. I heard a lot of people towards the end there say, yeah, this guy, he's a first round talent, so. But that's part of scouting, and that's what makes the draft so interesting, is that kind of similar to Jordan Tyson. I showed it in a video, I think today, but you can get two scouts and have completely different viewpoints. It's wild. Like, you'll have one scout say, this guy's not tough. You'll have another scout say, this guy's the toughest guy in the draft. And I was like, all right, what do you do? If y'all watched Moneyball, they have a couple scenes like that. Barry Smith, subscribe. Thank you, man. Matt has super chatted $4.99 in the gym right now. No music, just the face of the franchise blessing the Oleander drums. Unbelievable scenes. Unbelievable scenes. I appreciate that. All right. All right, let me go ahead and make this pick here. Old R. Mason. Boom. Okay. Bengals are up. Bengals are on the clock. So Cincinnati, they drafted Dexter Lawrence in the first round. Is this another situation where you go Pregnon here, just try and get Joe Burrow some more help, try and keep Burrow upright? Wouldn't be dumb for Cincy. I'm seeing a lot of Saints got Christian Miller in the chat. We shall see. Don't hate it. If that is where we end up going, a little interior defensive line help. All right, the Bengals are up. Cassius Howell, all right. So they replace Trey Hendrickson with Cassius Howell. Not a bad pick there. Makes sense. So they go Cassius Howell or Dexter Lawrence in the first, Cassius Howell in the second. And now it is the New Orleans Saints are up. So a lot of people are saying in the chat that we took Christian Miller. We'll see. Never can go wrong with what do we know? What do we know about Kellen? Kellen loves big schools. He loves power programs. And Christian Miller, Georgia, a 90.2 run defense grade, 6'4", 310 pounds. Bottom line, Miller has a strong frame with a good length and rare twitch for an interior defender. His quick first step and leverage make him a reliable run defender, and his processing ability adds to his projection, though he must continue to develop his anchor. Miller's been waiting his turn behind Georgia's pipeline of defensive linemen. He had the opportunity to stand out at 6'4", 310 pounds. He has a solid frame to align as a nose tackle or 3 technique in a 4-3 scheme. He also appears to have plus arm length for an interior defender. It is not often that twitch is used to describe a defensive tackle, but Miller shows it in his initial movements. Okay, so that's the rumor in chat. The pick is in. If it was me, I know a lot of people would be interested in Pregnon because of, the Ruiz thing. I personally love Jacob Rodriguez. I don't think you go wide receiver here. I don't think you double dip. Interior defensive line I wish McDonald was there. But let's see. Saints are up. Colston announcing the pick. All right, there it is. Christian Miller. I like it. I think, we talked about this a lot during the process where I thought the biggest need for the Saints was the interior defensive line. But it was awkward because there was not an interior defensive lineman available where the Saints were drafting. All right, so it was kind of like, well, you either trade back into the first, you get one later, whatever. McDonald being there, I have a feeling the Saints talking about trading up, like some of the talk today of do the Saints trade up, might have been for McDonald. That might have been who it was after. But Christian Miller absolutely fills a need here. Get better, get more defensive linemen, rotational players. Him and Vernon Broughton, two young defensive tackles who are gonna. You can't be mad about that. So I like the pick. I think it's smart. I think it's both. I think it's position of need, good value. Doesn't have to come in and start right away, but he's certainly going to get the opportunity. I like it. And yeah, power program. Fill it up with Georgia defensive linemen. Fill it up. Just take Georgia defenders. Take defenders from the SEC, and you'll be all right. So, good pick. I like it. Christian Miller. ADP was 38.6. His rank was 37. A little bit of value there if you believe in the big board. And like I said, a position of need. It looks good. Everything looks good. So we'll be doing some deep dives into him. Pause. Throughout the offseason. Christian Miller, New Orleans Saints, pick 42. There it is. I can dig it. He looks nasty. Daniel Dawson, Super Chat $2. Thank you for your work, sir. Thank you, man. I like him a lot. Not mad at that pick. Solid pick. I'm here for it. Yep. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Let's see. Needed a cornerback. We needed a cornerback. Guys, good news. We got plenty more picks. Ladies and gentlemen. You can get a cornerback. Who knows? Could it be my boy Dalen Everett? Could it be the guy? Dalen Everett is another guy. If the Saints take Dalen Everett, they are watching the channel. We are officially on Dalen Everett watch. If Dalen Everett becomes a Saint, you know where they got it from. We're officially on Dalen Everett watch. Super Bowls are one of the trenches. Great pick. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, we have Broughton. Brzee is a one trick. He is a pass rusher, and that is it. So we got Broughton, and now we got Miller. Broughton and Miller on the interior, like rotating those guys, having those two, young. Texas, Georgia. You got to be happy about that. The Dolphins are on the clock. Yeah, and Brzee, the fifth-year option, put in there. Yeah, correct. So Staley's scheme or Fangio's scheme or whatever, you want your tackle to plug up. You want him to plug up the middle. You want him to be able to stop the run. There's a lot there. And yeah, Brzee is just a pass rusher. So Brzee's not exactly what, he's not at all what Staley or whatever needs in nose tackle. But I like it. I actually really like this. Yeah. Brzee is an end. Yeah, he's just a pass rusher. Remember, I think positional designations is kind of phasing out. So Brzee is a pass rusher. He's not an end. He's not a defensive tackle. He's just a pass rusher. Either they're telling us Cam is coming back, they believe in Granderson, or both. Or maybe they get an edge later. Remember, guys, there's more picks. Don't forget that. Don't forget that there's more picks coming. Think about if after the third round or after the second round, we would have been like, I can't believe the Saints didn't get a safety. I can't believe they didn't get a cornerback. Why did McCoy fall so far? Injuries. Yeah, here you go. Jamar McCoy, knee injury, January 2025, did not play last season, and now there's some conversation around the knee again. Is he going to have to miss the year? Is he going to have surgery? So, Imagine if Broughton and Miller end up being really good. Our defensive front becomes insane. Definitely some serious depth. True, our third and fourth round picks ended up starting last year. Our fifth round picks ended up starting last year. So you can, who knows? just because you don't take whatever in the first or the second doesn't mean you're not going to get a starter. What is up with Broughton? He was hurt last year, but, you know. All right, Dolphins are up. Let's see. The Dolphins had Caden Proctor, my boy Chris Johnson. Who do they go with here? Jacob Rodriguez. Hell of a pick. Hell of a player. What a mustache. Lonesome Dove. That's on this. That's on the on his video up there. Hell of a book. What a player. Jacob Rodriguez goes to the Dolphins. Good pick for them. Talented player. Love him like a brother. There it is. This essentially means we're giving up on Broughton. It does not. It does not. It does not. Face the franchise. Rate this second round pick 1 through 10. I'll say 8.25, and I'll give it a B+. Anthony Palmer, Super Chat at $4.99. Scott or Pons with the third pick. What's your thoughts on that? I like it. If the third rounder, you end up with Scott if he's there, or Pons, I'm all about that. I like it. I like either one of them. Again, you just get big programs, guys who produced. I mean, look at Pons. 89.7 2023, 83.5 2024, 89.9 2025 is an 84.6 zone coverage grade, which we know the Saints run zone. So a lot of snaps, 628 snaps in 2023, 599 in 2024, 664 in 2025 for the national champion Indiana Hoosiers. That's production. That's production. This is, Scott, I guess got hurt in 2024, but 89.6 last year. But yeah, wouldn't be mad about either of those. All right, the Lions are up. So the Lions made a trade with the Jets. Is that what happened? Let's see. The Lions traded up. Okay. Select the team to trade with. Detroit Jets 50, 44, forced trade. Boom. All right, the Lions are up. They took Blake Miller. Do they go Pregnon here? Do they go Zion Young? Derek Moore, Michigan? Classic. Detroit loves Michigan, guys. Loves Michigan, guys. Aiden Hutchinson, Derek Moore. All right. Moore dropped a little bit in the rankings. He was closer to like a fringe first rounder. All right, Derek Moore goes to the Lions. The Raiders are on the clock. They went my boy Venga Iane in the first round. What do they do here? Our defense is a beast, though, before the draft. Yeah, we had the second best run defense in the league last year. We were a top 10 unit. So the rich get richer. Jackson Heron, super chatted $1.99, no message, respect. Just dropped it in there. Absolute king. All right, the Ravens. Who do they go here? Do they get some wide receiver help? Do they get Chris Bell? Do they get Jeremy Bernard? They could go linebacker here. Let's see. With Jesse Minter as the new head coach, you'd think maybe they go defense here. They went offense in the first round. Maybe they go defense. I could see it. I could see it. Minter trying to establish, I like the lack of delay. Yeah, they're firing the picks off. You love to see that. Thoughts on trading a fifth in Brazil for Thibodeau? Man, I don't know. I'm just not a fan of trading picks. You're trading the contract, you're trading the player, you're trading the youth, you're trading a lot. It's not just a number. It's not just like whatever number, 132. You're trading a lot that goes into that pick. So I just hate trading picks. I would much rather just stick and pick. You know what I'm saying? James, can you pull up Miller's PFF grades again? Yeah, sure. Christian, there it is. 84.5 last year, 90.2 run defense grade, 200. Well, let's see here. He had, quick math, about 450 snaps last year. Oh, there it is, right there. 437. Almost got there. 437 last year, 385 in 2024, 82.2 in 2024. There it is. 17 hurries back-to-back years. It's a lot of hurries. It's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure for an interior defensive lineman. A 90.2 run defense grade is gross, yeah. We losing this draft defense, I hope you know. What does that mean? Is that a riddle? Let's see. Most pressure of all the defensive tackles in this draft. Yeah, it's all. That's. I mean, 17. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like it a lot. Is Miller? Yeah, Miller's going to be. Yeah, he'll be our nose tackle or defensive tackle. He'll be plug in the middle, as they say. Back 40, a super chat $1.99. Still can't get over last night's pick. The pick was all right, man. It was okay. There's nothing to be upset about with last night's pick. And I gave it a B+. That should have been enough to instill your confidence. A link for the merch. Pull it up for you, man. Pull it up right there. Boom. James Skrmetta .store. Look at that, man. You can get all that stuff. The shirt I'm wearing right now. Boom. The shirt I'm wearing right there. We got the hat I'm wearing. The hat I'm wearing right here. Yep. There it is. My other merch all over the place. But, yeah, man. Get you some James Skrmetta merch at jamesskrmetta.store. The infamous mug. Boom. I've heard multiple people say they use this mug in their office, and they've already got promotions. So, take it from them, not me. You know what I'm saying? All right. Back 40, $4.99. Super chat, I know, but I'm worried about the injuries. Tears and sprains are worse than bone fractures. Y'all remember that soap? Or not soap, the shampoo with the fish? It was in like the fish bottle. And it said no tears or something like that. This was like mid-90s or early 90s. Man, what the hell was that shampoo? The bottle was in the shape of a fish. But anyways, it said no tears. And so I used to think, oh, man, I can just like get this in my eyes. Like I don't have to worry about my eyes. You know, it's not going to burn my eyeballs. And then I realized way later that it was no tears. That it would make sure your hair had, the L'Oreal Kids shampoo. And it would have like no tears for your hair. Not no tears. I was just blasting my eyeballs with fish shampoo, just crying, just burning my retinas when it was talking about my hair the entire time. What the hell am I talking about? Josh Polk has subscribed. Thank you, man. All right. Let's see here. Jermod McCoy, McCoy had that late medical. That no one saw the medical until like 48 hours before the draft. That's why he's sliding. So yeah, McCoy was a top 12 pick. I mean, he was going to go really high, and then all of a sudden it came out that he might have surgery, and who knows, you know. All right, Ingram, Baltimore Ravens legend Mark Ingram. Bro, it was definitely no tears, not tears. Bro, it was definitely no tears, not tears. That's what I'm saying. How am I supposed to know? Wait. It was no tears as in eyes? No, it was no tears as in hair. Ingram's just fired up. The mug is goated. Usually drink from it every Sunday before a Saints game. There you go. Zion Young. Yeah, good player. I mean, Zion Young, absolute freak. Freak, just competitor, monster, maniac on the field. Absolutely gets after it. If you ever watch a Missouri game, he is everywhere. He is violent. He's a big-time run stopper. Big-time guy, 6'6", so his pad level can get a little high, whatever, but, you can fix that in the NFL. Bull rush. I mean, and I'll tell you this, too, about Zion Young. Here's a little fun fact for you. So, in the bowl game, right, Missouri plays a bowl game. Everyone else sits out. Zion Young plays in the bowl game. Plays in the bowl game. Plays the entire game. Plays in the entire game. Fourth quarter, he's in there. Bowl game. Who cares? I like Zion Young a lot. I like him a lot. If you watch him, he just blasts through offensive linemen. He might have, it's one of those things where, like, he might have to figure out some extra moves or whatever in the pros. He won't be as physically dominant, whatever, but he's a gamer. Zion Young, he's a stud. Good pick for the Ravens. Hell of a player. All right, next up, let's go ahead and take them right here. Boom. And, the good thing about Zion Young, too, is that he plays the run. He plays the run really well. And you see a lot of edges nowadays that they're just rushing the passer. They can't play the run. But not the case with him. All right, the Buccaneers pick is in. All right, let's see. So they went Reuben first round. All right, Josiah Trotter from Missouri. So they go defense. Okay. Defense for Tampa. Todd Bowles is doing Todd Bowles things. All right. What do y'all think about the Josiah Trotter pick for the Buccaneers? Is that going to keep you up at night? Or are you not concerned about Josiah Trotter? I'm having dinner in NOLA with my girl watching you, face of the franchise. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Hey, do you want to go on a date Friday night? Yeah, we'll do dinner. Okay. Boom. Put on the face of the franchise's stream. Watch the draft. That's what it's all about. James, with wide receiver and interior defensive line off the board, who would you say our next big need is? Cornerback? Linebacker? Yeah, I would say cornerback. Yeah. Can't believe Saints passed up on a premier edge rusher in Zion. Could have been Zion fatigue. Could have said, look, we can't do the Zion thing again in New Orleans. It's not going to work. It was a pretty decent reach, but I do like Trotter. Steelers trading up for a wide receiver. Oh, Indianapolis trade to Pittsburgh. Or is this Nuss? Nah, it's too high for Nuss. But you know who I heard Pittsburgh likes? I'm not saying they're going to take him here. Word on the street is that they like Carson Beck a lot. We'll see. But that's just word on the street. All right. Just word on the street. All right, so Pittsburgh, boom, 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 boom. All right, Pittsburgh's on the clock. So we'll see. But I have heard that they do like Carson Beck. This would be kind of high for Beck, but it's Big Mike. Could go wide receiver here. Try and keep Rodgers happy. Rodgers, if it's in a ayahuasca cave right now, who the hell even knows? But maybe you go wide receiver, try and keep him happy, just try and help him out. Or do you go offensive line to try and keep him standing? Get Pregnon or someone like that. James, we have to replace Taylor ASAP. We got the whole draft, brother. We got the whole draft. Jeremy Bernard. All right, good pick. So Pittsburgh goes Bernard, trying to help Rodgers out. Good player. Bernard was on a lot of the boards towards the end there for the Saints in the second round whenever we didn't think they were going to take a wide receiver in the first. Bernard can play. Good player. Good player. Yeah, a guy can absolutely play. Let's see here. Steelers take Bernard. Yep. Good pick by Pittsburgh. I mean, smart. So, I mean, Rodgers now, if Rodgers comes back, which is a big question mark, but if he comes back, at least Pittsburgh's got him some weapons. At least now it's like, okay, just get back there and let it rip. Get back there and sling it. Play 7-on-7. Got an offensive lineman, try and keep you up. Maybe they'll continue to add in the offensive line. All right, Atlanta with their first pick. Looks like that's Pittsburgh's room. All right, so Atlanta's first pick here. What's Atlanta going to do? Stefanski's first selection. Did they go quarterback? Omega Lulz? Lamau? We drafted a Debo in the third, CD Deuce in the fourth. Yeah, I mean we got plenty of picks. Like, yeah, we can't draft every single position of need in one pick or two picks. That's what's so good about the draft. That's what's so good about this year is that you got a couple of fourth round picks. You could be getting two starters in the fourth. I wouldn't even, y'all know how I approach the draft. I approach it a little differently, but I wouldn't even be worried about position of need. I'd just be getting good players. I would not even be concerned about the position of need board. I'd just be going good player after good player after good player. That's just how I roll. Bleacher Report gives an A for the Miller pick. Yeah, I think the Miller pick is really good. I think it's a great pick. Great pick. But we need the star role more than anything. Georgia is a powerhouse program. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Falcons going Chris Bell. Wouldn't be a bad pick. Give Tua somebody to throw to. Drake London, Chris Bell, Bijan. What could go wrong? Do you think the Saints have two guys they love in the fourth? Oh, yeah, for sure. I guarantee you the Saints have a couple guys they love. Sounds like a bunch of my friends. But I guarantee you they have a bunch of guys they love at every pick. Pons at 73 would be great. Yeah, that'd be sweet. That'd be sweet. Yeah, I have positional need fatigue. Yeah, I don't think, just, what the biggest need for every team is? Good players. You know what I'm saying? Who are the Falcons going to take to solidify their 9th consecutive season under 500? In California, send my husband some love. He listens to you daily. Marcus B. Shout out Marcus B, man. Over there in California, listening to the Superstar every single day on Pacific time. Big shout out, brother. I appreciate the support. Thank you very much, man. Hi, James. What's up? What's up? From Austria. International. Love the international viewers, man. I always appreciate that. What an unbelievable performance. 2 a.m. in Austria. My man's got the stream up. God. It gives me goosebumps. It gives me goosebumps. All right, the Falcons, are they up? Are they doing their thing? All right. Chat believes they are going Chris Bell. Malawi, Africa? Might be the first Malawi drop. Big ups. High face, the franchise just got back from the gym. What's the thoughts on the pick? Love it. Great pick. Great pick. Position of need, good value, power program, productive player, does what we need. I like every bit of it. All right, here we go. Falcons are up. Chris Bell makes sense. I'll agree with chat. I think it's gonna be Chris Bell, or it could be Zachariah Branch, Georgia. Stay in Georgia. All right, Avion Terrell. Okay, put my man Michael Turner. Michael Turner, what a wrestling fan. Did y'all see that? Michael Turner said from the bloodline. Then he acknowledged the tribal chief, put his one up. I mean, that's a wrestling fan right there. In front of God and everybody. Said from the bloodline, acknowledged the tribal chief. They go with the Terrell Bros. Avion Terrell. Okay. There you go. That was crazy. Michael Turner might be the biggest wrestling fan on the planet. I respect it. Dude put his ones up. That was crazy. That was nuts. What number is the Saints' next pick? 72, 73. 73. 73. Man, let Michael Turner do every pick. That was crazy. Yep, get the brothers together. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. Like, to be able to play with your brother in the NFL, that's nuts. That is cool. (1:11 a.m. in Scotland, watching the face of the franchise on my break at work from Johnny McCormick. Unreal, man. Johnny, I've been paying attention. I don't know if you watched the Scottish Prim, but quite the race this year in the Scottish Prim. I don't know if you, I mean, you know, usually it's just a 2-team race, but it's been fun to track. Celtic had their issues early on, you know. So many European guys chiming in. Yeah, I love it. I love it, man. I love the international, love that. Saints content goat here up from Germany. We got a lot of international viewers. This is great. I'm hoping that Eli Stowers falls to the Saints in the third. That'd be wild. How about the Duolingo streak, by the way? We are on day, let me check. I think it is 360. We're almost at a year. Let's see here. 362 was today. 362. So we're almost at a year. All right, Viking. Okay, so the Vikings traded with the Panthers. Okay, trade. Boom, 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 boom. All right, Panthers on the clock. All right, so the Panthers went Freeling first. I think this could be Stowers or a wide receiver. I'm going to say Stowers or a wide receiver is my guess. It's my prediction. Stowers or a wide receiver. Prim is so good this year. My team is nicknamed the Saints, so there was only one choice when I started watching American football. There you go. How do you feel about Arsenal choking the league to sit? Yeah, it's not good. It's not over, but it's not good. It's not good at all. Not good whatsoever. All right, Panthers go. Delhomme reading the pick. Lee Hunter. All right, Texas Tech. Yep, Lee Hunter, Texas Tech. Defensive or nose tackle, defensive tackle, if you will. All right, so there you go. Lee Hunter. Another Texas Tech player goes. What a defense Texas Tech had, man. They were fun to watch. Absolutely inept on offense, but defense was crazy. I'm a big fan of their safety, too. Was it Wisniewski? Isn't that the safety? Let's see. Yeah, Wisniewski. Cole Wisniewski is a stud. You go ahead and remember the name. Cole Wisniewski is an animal. Would not mind getting him in the sixth. When did the Saints pick again? Pick 73. How many views for the stream so far? Last night's stream was in I think last time I checked it was around 13,000. We had about 2,000 viewers all night. Right now we're sitting at 1,200 viewers in this one. So we got 1,200 viewers in the stream tonight, which I appreciate. I mean, on a Friday night. Listening to James Layden of the Carolina Panthers may have been one of the many highlights of watching live stream games this year. Man, the Panthers, I usually could care less. About the opposing teams and the opposing fans and all that stuff and whatever. I've been going to Saints games for a long time. All right. I have never, ever seen fans as obnoxious and just pee poo poo pants like the Carolina Panthers this year. Just despicable. I mean, despicable. I honestly don't even pay attention to fans most of the time, but the Panthers were horrible. Absolutely terrible. Heidenreich's in the 6th round range? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, brother. Falcons fans are way worse. I've never had an issue with Falcons fans in the Dome or any of that. Panthers fans between in the Dome and on Twitter were, I mean, just disgusting. Yeah, I mean, I've said it before, I would live in Matt Ryan's basement for a year before I ever, if it meant the Panthers never, ever win the division again. I mean, they were just terrible. How am I feeling about Stooks going early? Oh, man. I feel like a proud father. Stooks going early, Rodriguez going. Now we just got to get Dalen Everett. Get Everett, get Heidenreich, get those guys drafted. I feel great. Man. Connor Rogers had Miller ranked in his top 30. He has great combo of size, athleticism, and length and can play up and down the defensive line. Yeah, I mean, Miller's a stud. I mean, no doubt about it. Miller's a stud. Feel great about the pick. Guy gets after the quarterback, stops the run, produced at Georgia, which is, if you're producing at Georgia, you're producing at some of these big schools. Usually that translates. We need that. We need interior defensive line help. Brandon Staley worked magic with what we had last year. So, I would assume he's going to be able to put Miller in the best situation. Yeah, the Panthers fans were talking about Shuck like he was SGA for that roughing the passer call. Yeah, it was insane. McCoy is needing to replace a knee and could be out rookie season. Yeah, I mean that's what came down within the last 48 hours or so. And so I mean I think it's just so much unknown. If I had to guess, teams are scrambling trying to get some more information on that, but yeah, man, I mean it's just such a risk. I just have a bad feeling about Georgia defensive tackles. Oh man, Jalen Carter was all right. Numa, 91, super chatted $50. $50, unbelievable. James, it's your boy from North Idaho. Don't know how I feel about the draft so far. Good, I guess. Anyone you're in love with in range of our next pick, I'm going to call into your call line next week. Going to be the greatest call of all time. Wow. I love that. I can't wait to hear it. I'm going to put that on my calendar. Cannot wait. Appreciate the $50, man. Amazing support. All right, the Jets are up. Jets could go, let's see. They went Bailey, Sadiq, Cooper. Good first round. They could go all over the place here. Could they go Pons? Could they go Pons here? Kind of makes sense. Pons. Nailed it. I mean, am I in the draft room or am I in the draft room? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, what are we saying? Good pick. I like Pons a lot. I'm a big fan. I like Pons a lot. Good pick. Good pick from the Jets. Yeah, he's a player. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with Pons, like you're talking about his height, that's it. But his production, like for me, I would much rather take a chance on the production than the measurables. That's just how I look at it. If I got a guy who is producing out of control, it's like, you know what? All right, I'll take a chance. I'm not going to throw all the production out because of 2 inches or an inch or whatever. I mean, look at the Jets. David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper, and D'Angelo Pons. That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good. James, what's your favorite era of pro wrestling and why? Yeah, I mean, definitely the Monday Night Wars. I was a big WCW guy. I watched Nitro every single week, so I would say specifically like the 1998 range before Shawn lost at WrestleMania 14. Like in that kind of time period is probably my favorite. Justin Carter, super chatted 1999, no message, unbelievable performance. Rolled in, silent but deadly. Billy the Scapegoat, super chatted $2. Take Miller's car keys away from him before it's too late. Boom. Is Caden McDonald still on the board? No, Caden McDonald went early. He went 36 to the Texans. All right, so the Jets take Pons. Good pick. The Vikings are on the clock. The pick is in. Jets have good drafts every year and still find a way to be BBL ass. That's from Trey Wayne. All right, Jets fans. That's not from me. That's not from me. Jeez, that's from Trey. Okay, I didn't. So don't come after me. Big Papa Pump, yeah, king. Big Papa Pump, what a guy. Yeah, Stukes went to the Raiders. Clint Kubiak watching the channel confirmed. All right, Vikings are up. Jake Galladay, Cincinnati, right? Yep, Jake Galladay from Cincinnati. Okay. More pieces for that defense. All right. Take Galladay, boom, to the Vikings. Now the Packers are on the clock. NWO for life. Of the 2 guys we've drafted so far, did any of them match the criteria from last year? Captains, lots of games under their belt. Miller for sure, with the power school and the production and all that stuff. Tyson, his is interesting because of the injury. Tyson's older. Tyson he didn't declare early, so he kind of fits that. Tyson had a lot of production. Arizona State, power conference, I guess, but I don't know about the team captains thing. Someone had to look into that, but I would think Tyson was probably a captain. Night from Austria. Hey, I appreciate you watching, man. Tyson's a lot like the Shuck pick. Yeah, I said the same thing. I agree. I think Tyson was a lot like the Shuck pick. Agree. And worked out there. So I trust Kellen. Shuck didn't play that many snaps. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, him and Shuck are similar. Yeah, you're right about that. All right, I'm going to take a bathroom break real quick. Let's see. Girthquake, you're in charge. You're in charge. I'm going to take a bathroom break real quick, guys. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. All right, I'm going to be sprinting. All right, don't behave yourselves. Don't do anything crazy while I'm gone. Hey-oh! All right. All right. All right, what did I miss? Came back right in time. Brandon Cisse? Okay, boom. Cisse can play. Good pick. All right. Okay. What did I miss? Trade? Who traded up? Who traded up? Indy? I don't... Unless I missed it. Traded up. OMG, traded up. Wait, what's going on here? Who traded up? The Whodats? The Saints? I don't want to see the spoiler. I don't want to see the spoiler. Well, all I'm seeing is the Packers. I'm seeing Brandon Cisse sobbing on my screen. I'm trying not to see spoilers. I'm trying not to see the spoilers, boys. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, fellas. I'm trying to dodge it. All right. I'm trying to wait till it comes in on the screen. All right. Colts pick is in. All right, the Colts pick is in. Got you? Oh, y'all got... Yo, it's so unbelievable. What is going on here, ladies and gentlemen? What's going on here? Chat pulling a practicals jokers on me. I feel like I'm on Impractical Jokers with chat. Damn. I got Ashton Kutcher pranked on me. Y'all got the hell out of me. How did y'all put together such a coordinated effort to trick me? All I saw was trade. All I saw was nothing. How was every single person in on it? That was insane. We traded for Captain Ginyu. Oh, the Ginyu Force. Can you name the entire Ginyu Force? Jace, Raccoon, Birder, Ginyu, and Goldo. There you go. Man, y'all got the hell out of me. I'll give you that. GG's, whoever coordinated the prank. Best fan base of the business. Thoughts on Iowa State? Just in general? I like Seneca Wallace. All right, CJ Allen from Georgia goes to Indy. Man, I still can't get over the coordinated effort. I mean, it was nothing but straight up trade all the way down the chat. And now here I am looking like a fool. Numa 91 gets the credit. Big ups, Numa 91. Big ups. Trizzy Trace is already blasted. Trace is getting after it. Teamwork makes the dream work. Way to be Hoodats. Got his ass. That's straight from Numa 91 right there. McAfee still unwatchable. I mean, hey, look, get your money. Do what you got to do. But, you know, who's watching the program? Who's watching the program? Anthony Palmer, super chatted $4.99. We got your ass. Awesome fans. That was sweet. That was nice. Good job, guys. Apparently, Miller Pro Comp is Sheldon Rankins. Idaho represent. Boom. Lots of unwatchable sports pods. There is that. There is that. Yeah. You are not wrong about that. What y'all's take on the second round pick? I thought it was great. Great pick. All right, Philly's on the clock. Philly went Makai Lemon. So what do they do here? Philly knows how to draft. So Brian Westbrook. What a player. Westbrook was amazing. Random question. Will I be going to France for the game in October? I don't have any plans on it as of now, but you never know. All right, let's see. The Eagles pick is in. Stowers, damn, good pick. Just like I was saying, Philly knows how to draft. Stowers is a good pick. I'm not gonna say Stowers is better than Sadiq, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was better than Sadiq. I'll say that. Stowers is awesome. They know Hurts is mid. Hurts is a good example. Someone asked earlier about, coordinators leaving and how that can impact players. Like, Hurts is a good example of that. Like, Kellen Moore really babied Hurts and really knew how to squeeze everything out of him. And once he left, I mean, Steichen did the same thing, but Steichen and then Moore, and then once they left, like, Hurts just kind of fell apart. Lemon and Stowers is nasty, yeah. Mr. Stay Woke, 5374, super chatted $2. No lie, I haven't laughed like that in a minute. Hey, that's what it's all about here. We're having fun on a Friday night. Come on. That's what it's all about. All right, the Patriots. Wait, okay, hold on. So Stowers goes to the Eagles. Then the Patriots and Chargers trade. All right, so the Patriots traded with the Chargers. Damn, the Patriots moved up way up there. So the Patriots trade. All right, so they go force that trade. Boom. It's a big move. So whoever they wanted bad. We'll see what happens. Could it be Jennings Dunker? No, they took a tackle yesterday. They took Lomu. Who do they want? Maybe Dennis Sutton? He was getting some run there. All right. Errol Jackson. Super chatted. Okay. Errol Jackson super chatted $5. Pop quiz. Let's test your ball knowledge. What two quarterbacks are tied for the most pick sixes in the NFL? Hint, one is still in the league and Drew is fifth. What two quarterbacks are tied for the most pick sixes in the NFL? One is still in the league. Who was it a couple years ago that couldn't stop throwing pick sixes? It wasn't Levis. It was before Levis. What two quarterbacks are tied for the most pick sixes in NFL history? There's got to be someone who played a lot. Like, you got to play a lot because it just happens to happen, or it just happens. Favre would be a good guess because Favre threw a lot of picks. Favre would be a good guess. I'll say Favre and Stafford. Stafford's kind of a unique one there. I'll say Favre and Stafford. What's the answer? Drinking a Voodoo Ranger every pick, boys. Wish me luck. Oh. Voodoo Rangers are out of control. Voodoo Rangers are nuts. What's the Errol? What's the answer? I went Favre and Stafford. We got Dalton, Shaw, Russ, Peterman. Nah, it's got to be someone who played a lot. I just looked it up. It's dead ass Favre and Stafford. Is this guy good or what? Stafford and Favre is right. I mean, who's the best? Who's the best, ladies and gentlemen? Who's the best in the business? Just a quick pop quiz. Hey, who's tied for most pick sixes ever? Let me think for 10 seconds. Boom, Stafford, Favre. Unbelievable. Errol, thank you for the pop quiz, man. I like that. Killfish has super chatted $2. If Pregnon or Dunker fall to 63 or 73, try to upgrade right guard. Ty Simpson in the future? I don't think he'll play enough. Never wrong to be strong, true. Just had my second Voodoo Ranger. If any of y'all, raise your hand if you're in the Gulf Coast region, like South Mississippi. if you are JD's, the daiquiri shop / bar, they had a sale one time on Voodoo Rangers. I think they were $1. $1 a Voodoo Ranger. And me and a couple friends sat in there, and they were hitting the Voodoo Rangers pretty hard. And I mean, it doesn't take you too long before you're moonwalking on the sun at a Pop Smoke concert, with the Voodoo Rangers. I'll tell you that much. I mean, anything past about 3, you're sitting courtside with Moses watching Kobe. What the hell was I talking about? All right, so the Patriots, who do they trade up for? Let's see. All right, they go for Gabe Yakis from Illinois. Okay, there you go. All right, the Jags on the clock. Born in Pascagoula, Denver, Biloxi, Gulfport, Denver. Ruston. All right, what are we thinking Jacksonville does here, ladies and gentlemen? Cornelius Bacon super chatted $1. Appreciate that. Brian Dubose has subscribed to the channel. Thank you very much. All right, so the Vikings traded Jonathan Grenard to the Eagles. For what? For picks? They get a third tonight and then a third next year. Okay. So the Eagles traded for Grenard. So the Eagles get Grenard. The Vikings get the Eagles' 3rd round pick tonight, and then they get their 3rd round pick tomorrow. Pretty good business. 2/3, not too bad. Not too bad. Bogachita. Yeah, we used to play Bogachita when I was in high school. Bogachita was in our district or whatever. Hey James, what can we get for Rattler? I don't know. I don't know who's I just don't see a lot. I don't think we get very much. What do I think about Christian Miller? Love him. Great pick. All right, the Jags are up. Paul Posluszny. All right, Borkacher, tight end for an A&M, goes to Jacksonville. All right. Nate Borkacher. I did not have Nate Borkacher on the bingo card for tonight. Man. All right, Jacksonville. Nate Borkacher. I'm not going to lie, I don't have a lot of draft notes on Nate Borkacher. Posluszny was nice? Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. Let's see. James, would you ever be open to doing a James Skrmetta Experience show once a week talking? Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that would be I've thought about bringing it back for sure. Yeah, I don't know a lot about old Nate Borkacher. Okay, the Bears pick is in. Do a deep dive on Miller. Oh yeah, we'll be doing a lot. I mean, that's the good thing, guys. Like, it's such a crazy content schedule because think about it. Like, the season ends, right? And, like, the season's obviously a ton of content. You're doing game prep, you're doing game reviews, you're breaking down, the whole thing. Then you go straight into the draft and you go straight into all these prospects, the mock drafts, all, the metrics, everything we did. And now after this, you kind of get that dead period where you get that dead period and it's just nothing's happening. No one's doing anything. There's no training camp. There's no workouts. You just have this like group of prospects, and you're doing some interviews. They do press conferences or whatever. But during that period, we're going to go deep into all of our draft picks, whether it's Miller or whoever we take in the third or whatever. And just, Jordan Tyson, like, I was in the studio today, just video after video after video after video, so we'll do full on unbiased breakdowns, the good, the bad, the ugly of all these guys for sure. So, other people slow down. Like this is when the content really kind of slows down. That May to July or May to, I guess, June, because the cuts and all that stuff. But yeah, we're gonna really get after it. Jesse Jackson, super chatted $2. James, why are safeties dropping? Probably people value safety lower. I think safety's looked at as more of a third round, fourth round kind of thing. But let's see. Would love to see Brendan Thomas in black and gold. The gaming channel will crank up in the off season for sure. Yep, all that pumps up. I listened to you and Nick Underhill. That's about it. You'll know their breakfast preferences for Wednesday. Yeah. We'll definitely do a deep dive for sure. Ross is a must. Yeah, Ross is a good one. What pick are we on? We are on pick 57. Although Olave, Tyson, Vele, Bell would be legit best wide receiver core. If we get McNeil, Warren in third, that would make this an A+ draft. James, while you're live, I need you to start using coaching points on Madden. It's how your players' team overall gets better. Don't I have that on auto? I thought I had that on like auto distribute, so I wouldn't have to mess with it. I hate how they turn Madden like into like an RPG. Like I just want to, I'm pretty sure I put it on auto. Like they just auto distribute the points. How we doing? Oh, we're doing good. We're doing good. Nola Life is super chatted $9.99. When are you going to flex your face of the franchise and hop on NOF, Locked On Saints, AFV, America's Funniest Home Videos, etc? You're on top of most of them. I mean, we're always down for a collab. I mean, we're at the top of the mountain. You know what I mean? Like we're churning and burning. We're doing numbies left and right. But I am always down for a collab. James, you should do a bunch of film reviews or react to someone review it. It would be huge. Bunch of content. Film reviews are dicey. You always got to make sure, because man, anytime you're showing games or showing that kind of stuff, you're always risking the copyright. The Priest is super chat at $4.99. I missed your reaction to the Miller pick. What was your thoughts? Is he another high ceiling player Moore loves to draft? I think he's just a high producing player from a big time school. Fits a need, value at that pick. I think Miller's just a good player. I think he's closer to, I don't want to say BPA, but I think Miller's closer to just get good players. You know what I mean? Get good players, let them do good things. That's where I think Miller falls in there. I think Miller's like the definition of just like, hey, man, this guy's really good. Just get the good guy. All right, the Bears are up here. Did you watch AEW? Yeah. Darby beating MJF was insane. And then I watched Dynamite with the Ciampa match. All right, the Bears, they took Thieneman. They got pick 57 and 60 here, so they can get kind of cute if they want to. How many picks do we got left? Do we have multiple third and fourth? We have multiple fourths. Logan Jones, center out of Iowa. Okay. Logan Jones, the center out of Iowa, goes. Jones going ahead of Connor Liu. Very surprising. But Logan Jones, all right. So San Francisco on the clock. Or a Child J, super chatted $1.99 with the Miller pick. Is Cam gone? I don't think Cam's impacted by that at all. He would have been impacted if we would have taken like Zion Young or somebody, but the longer we go without an edge, I think the more of a chance Cam stays. Anthony Palmer, super chat at $4.99. Man, our wide receiver is going to put the hurting, turning it into a whole family affair with the Terrells. Boom. Chris Bell falling like crazy, yeah. Yeah, Chris Bell hanging around, man. Chris Bell not getting drafted in the second would be nuts. If Bell is there at 73, I mean... Okay, San Francisco trades pick to Cleveland, so the Browns jump up. Browns jump up pretty good. They jump up from 70. Okay, let's see. Trade, go to Cleveland. Damn, they trade. I mean, that's a big jump. That's a big jump right there. Whoever they wanted bad. I mean, this is... Let's see. Who are the Browns going to take here? Could be Pregnon. Or Bell. Pregnon. All right, there he goes. So Pregnon. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, not Pregnon. I heard it wrong. Emmanuel McNeil Warren goes. Okay. The Toledo Rockets. All right. Man, that's a huge trade up. Were they at 70? Did I have that right or wrong? To go from 70 to 58. 6'3.5", 200 pounds. It's a big boy. (2025) third team AP All-American at Toledo isn't easy to do either. I mean, that's a big safety. Almost 6'4". All right. Bluefin has super chatted $5. $5 for your next 5 players the Saints are watching for their next pick. Well, I mean, it depends on who's there, but I would think they're looking at corners, looking at linebackers. I mean, Chris Bell, if he's there, they're going to take a hard look. So the Chris Bells of the world, the Keontae Scotts of the world, maybe the Dalen Everetts of the world. Linebacker-wise, Anthony Hill, and then edge. So edge is something else they'll probably be looking at. Danny Dennis Sutton. Was that 5? Did I give you 5? Okay, we got another pick happening. What's going on here? All right, the Texans are up. The pick is in. They went Rutledge and McDonald. Good stuff from the Texans. They're building inside out. I mean, building the trenches. All right, let's see if Houston goes offensive line. If you're Houston, how do you not go offensive line here? You know, just keep filling it up. Get Connor Liu. Get Jennings Dunker. Get Pregnon. Whatever. Who did they go with? Marlon Klein. Okay. Marlon Klein from Michigan. All right. Tight ends are going on a run in the second here. All right, Marlon Klein. Okay, interesting. Interesting pick. Let's see, Marlon Klein. Yeah, a lot of tight end. Big time run on tight ends. What about Jacoby Lane? Nah, not here. Not here. Nah. Who did we get at 42? We got Miller. Christian Miller from Georgia. Christian Miller. Boom. This guy right here is who we got at 42. Interior defensive lineman, Georgia. Big boy. 90.2 run defense grade. Most hurries out of any defensive tackle in the class. I like it. I like it a lot. And we'll be doing deep dives. All right. So Klein goes. All right. So the Titans are up. So the Titans traded with the Bears. All these trades are messing me up. All right. Let's trade Tennessee. All right. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Who's Tennessee want? I like what Moore said about Tyson's blocking down the field. Oh, yeah. Hines Ward, man. If Hines Ward's your coach, you better know how to block as a wide receiver. But that's what's crazy about Tyson is, like, he's a strong guy. Like, Tyson's 6'2", 200-something pounds. He had, like, a 25-rep bench. But, so he's a strong guy. He's a willing blocker. And he blocks on the outside. But then sometimes at the line of scrimmage, he lets cornerbacks get a hand on him and then kind of stop him. You would think his strength, it'd be impossible to do that. You know, like, and Tyson kind of has that. He's very polarizing in all of his stuff. It's a wild. He's a very interesting player, but yeah, I mean, in Kellen's offense, you definitely want wide receivers who can block. And blocking is like 90% will. It's 90% just like, are you willing to do it? Are you willing to block? James, did you wake up today ready to move the grade for last night's pick to at least an A-? I'm good with B+. I think B+ is fine. I think B+ is fine. Like the reason that I didn't give the Tyson pick an A or an A- is I think Tyson has to develop. I think he has some room, and Kellen talked about that. Kellen talked about that in his press conference, which I put the video out today. But Kellen said, like, he's got some things he has to refine. He's got to get better at a few things, which I think he does. If he gets better at those things, just like Shuck had a lot he had to get better at, and he did. Like, Shuck worked on it and whatever. And so Tyson's going to take a minute. He's going to take a minute to get better, do those things, whatever. He's not going to come in and be expected to be the number one right off the bat. So, and I think he can do it, but that's why I gave it a B+, is that, and I think I said it in that video, I think Tyson has untapped potential. I think he's got a lot of potential. And that's why the Saints are willing to take the risk, is that they see that potential as super, super high. And his ceiling probably is higher than Carnell Tate or Mekhi Evans. It's just, okay, now you got to get him there. Now you got to, tap into that potential. So I'm good with a B+. I mean, I slept on it, thought about it all day today, made a million videos on it. And, but I trust Kellen. I mean, I said it last night. That's what was so crazy, man. Like, I was reading, I read all the comments, and so many comments were like, I can't believe you hate the pick. You're crying. It's like, whoa, hold on a second. I'm fine. Like, I'm cool with the pick. I trust Kellen. Like, I recognize it is a risky pick. I think everybody recognizes that. I think it'd be crazy not to recognize that. And but I trust Kellen, and I see the upside. I see both sides of it. James, what's your favorite DBZ character in Saga? Vegeta. Loved Vegeta. Always loved Vegeta. My favorite Saga? Titans take Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker out of Texas. My favorite Saga, the Frieza Saga was so cool, but I mean, I still remember to this day where I was when Goku turned Super Saiyan. I mean, I used to come home from school every day, put on Toonami, and it was like 15-minute episodes, and then the next you didn't know what the hell was going to happen. And you keep hearing about the Super Saiyan, you keep hearing about all this stuff, and Frieza's wreaking havoc, and then when he finally turned Super Saiyan, it was such a crazy. I mean, I can see it right now. I can see it to this day where I was, and but the Cell Saga was amazing too. Like the Cell Saga had more characters. You had Trunks involved, Vegeta was involved. Gohan obviously got the big moment at the end there. You went through the Android Saga, all of Cell's transformation. I mean, Tien had a big moment. So, and Vegeta kind of had his moment when he was absolutely starching Semi-Perfect Cell before Vegeta got too cocky there. But if I had to pick one, I would pick the Cell Saga. But the Frieza Saga was like, for the moment, was just crazy. You know what I thought about? I have not told anybody this of an anime channel. Going back and just watching all that stuff. These are the ideas that just pop into my head. You know what I mean? There's a Dragon Ball Z, a Dragon Ball GT rewatch. It was just a nonstop content machine. But Brock Lesnar retiring and not letting anyone know is the most Brock Lesnar thing ever. I think Lesnar. I don't think he wants to. I don't think he wants to lose to Gunther. I think he wants to go out on his own term. All right, Max Clare, tight end, goes to the Ram. Or wait, what's going on here? All right, hold on. We missed. So the Titans went. Let me think. I remember who it was. Oh, the linebacker from Texas. That's right. So the Titans go Hill. Boom. The Rams go Clare. That's a very. Max Clare is a very Sean McVay pick. So they go Max Clare and Ty Simpson, Omega Lulz. Okay, the Broncos, Big Sean is on the clock. Let's see what Shawnee does. Dragon Ball Z watch along, holy crap, make it happen. Did you ever watch Dragon Ball Z Abridged with Team 4-Star? Don't even get me started on my boys from Team 4-Star. Team 4-Star was my stuff. Was my absolute stuff. I loved Dragon Ball Z Abridged. A depressed robot has super chatted $2. Solo leveling brought me back to anime. Boom. Name another Saints YouTuber content creator benching 3 cookies who does what I do and also drops Team 4-Star Dragon Ball Z Abridged information. Unbelievable. Denver traded their pick. So Denver traded the pick to Buffalo. How many trades has Buffalo made? God. How many? I mean, Buffalo has made. And this is insane. Buffalo's had to have made 6 or 7 trades. I mean, man. All right. Cell Saga when Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and his dad behind him to defeat Cell was honestly peak Dragon Ball. The face of the franchise deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, hey, look, I'll take it. I'll take it, man. Would you be mad with us taking Singleton? Yeah, I don't think we need a running back. Yeah. I would not take Singleton. Yeah. Singleton, by the way, is the Penn State running back right here. I don't think we need a running back. Like I'm cool with our group. I'm cool with what we have. I wouldn't mess around, especially in the third. Like I wouldn't mess around with taking any of these guys. I know Mike Washington, a lot of people like him, but I would just keep adding other positions. I wouldn't do that if it was me. But I mean, you know, freaking Bert just rolled up in here, dropped $49.99 super chat. James, I didn't think we'd go wide receiver either. So I've been overthinking what did we miss? We didn't miss. We don't get the interviews. Kellen calling Tyson the football junkie tells us everything we need to know. His brain got him picked at 8, and I'm excited. There you go. Exactly. You know, that's what I'm saying. Bert, you nailed it. You got to trust Kellen. Kellen got to talk to him. Kellen got to go over whatever. He saw the medical. He saw this. Kellen believes. If Kellen believes, I believe. So, again, it's totally okay for any pick. And let me, this is a macro conversation, but that's what we do on this channel. We break things down from every angle, whether it's a game, a player, or whatever. It's like, all right, here's the good, here's the bad, here's what the metrics say, here's the, how we see it, and then we go forth. It is what it is. You know what I mean? So if Kellen is seeing things and he makes a decision and he's cool with it, we're cool with it. But I agree 100%, Bert. You nailed it. Brother, your coffee mug is a lefty. I don't know why I have it like had it like that. But no, it's just a regular old mug. This is the most regular mug of all time. Just boom. Straight up mug. This is the kind of mug you see in like a hotel. I'm not even sure where I got this mug. It might be from a hotel. Kellen definitely likes the players that communicate well. Kellen likes the humans. He likes the players with a story. He likes the players who have something to them. He likes a little bit of depth. James balances the metrics and the human element like no other. But yeah, Kellen loves, if you're a complex kind of guy, if you have something about you as a human, Kellen hones in on it. All right, the Bills pick is in. Let's see. They went, it's crazy the Bills have only made one pick. I feel like I've talked about the Bills a million times. They should go Pregnon here. That's what I would do. I'd go Pregnon. Let's see. Davison Igbinosun. All right. We had him in a couple mocks. I like him. We had him in a couple of mocks there. He kind of fits the bill for Kellen. Big program, productive, 655 snaps last year, 810 snaps 2024, 770 snaps in 2023. So, yeah, I was a fan. 6'2", 195. All right. Good pick. Good pick there. Yeah, we ended up with him in a couple of drafts. Look at the arms. If y'all are watching ESPN, I mean, the guy looks like who was the guy? Zydrunas Savickas, the strongman. I mean, who else can name 1990 era strongman? What was it? Zydrunas Savickas was one. Who was some other ones? Was it Magnus Samuelson? Let's see, how many more? I want to say the American was named Phil something. Pujanowski, yeah. Pujanowski, yes. Pujanowski was an animal. Magnus Samuelson, Pujanowski, Phil Pfister. Yes, Phil Pfister was the American. Yep. Oh, yeah. Man, nothing better than like ESPN2 in like 2003 at about 1 a.m. when the strongman would come on. God. The strongman and the lumberjack games. Y'all remember when they had the lumberjack games on late night? People were standing on top of timber, just sawing stuff down. If Chris Bell is there, do we take him? I mean, you have a big conversation. Big conversation. Yeah, man, the strongman competition into the lumberjack games was absolutely nuts. Let's see. The lumberjack Olympics was lit. Yeah, lumberjack games were nuts, man. They would. I remember the one thing they would like scale the pole, and then they would chop into like a divot. Then they would stick a board in there, stand on the board, saw the pole, and then do it all the way down. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Bill Casimir. Yeah, Bill Casimir. All right. I got Sean Merriman out here making picks. Who signed off on this? Who signed off on Merriman? Oh, lights out, Sean Merriman. Jake Slaughter, Florida. I like Slaughter a lot. We had him in a couple mocks as well. Yeah, Slaughter can play. Slaughter is a Jim Harbaugh guy. I'll tell you that. Slaughter is like the perfect Jim Harbaugh type player. That's a good pick. Yeah, I like Slaughter a lot. Yeah, I mean, if you're the Chargers, your goal is to protect Justin Herbert. Keep him up. Can you pull up the grades for Keontae Scott? There you go. 89.6 last year, 80 zone coverage grade, 91.2 run defense, 87.1 coverage grade, 756 snaps, 239 in 2024, but some injury there. And then 469 in 2023. So there you go. 6 foot, 194. Scott is a tone setter in run defense with a physical mentality. His zone coverage is adequate, but man coverage limitations may restrict his role. We need Everett or Bell, whoever's available. Dalen Everett's the man. I mean, I love Dalen Everett. We did a Dalen Everett video a long time ago. He was one of the first guys we during our research. But Everett, again, Georgia team captain, played for a long time there. Ton of snaps. 751, 905, 619, 6'1", 190, 90.1 run defense grade. Might be a little high for him, but could stay on the Georgia train. What school has the most players drafted in a single draft? It's got to be one of those Alabama teams. It's got to be one of those Bama teams. Bama, Georgia, like those teams were so stacked. Or even like with the Ohio State teams. It had to be one of them. But I would guess that before NIL, like when Georgia and Bama just had like first rounders everywhere, I would guess it was one of them. Georgia. Oh yeah, it could have been LSU. Could have been LSU. But definitely one of those teams. Let's see. All right, Seahawks are up. Seahawks took Jadarian Price to end the first round last night. I think they go DB here. I think they fill the hole that Reek left. McCoy would be interesting here. There'd be so much value. It just is I just have no clue on his knee. They could go Scott. They could go Keontae Scott. I'm going to say DB for Seattle here. James, we always talk about working out. What's currently on your playlist? I actually don't listen to a lot of music when I work out. I usually will listen to a podcast, or I just won't have any music playing at all. But I'll give you my all-time favorite, besides Metallica, workout bands. I'll give you two. Let me pull up my playlist. One is Dream Evil. Dream Evil is one. I'll just put it on the Dream Evil playlist and absolutely let it go. And the other one is Lost Horizon. Lost Horizon and Dream Evil. Maybe I'll release my workout playlist one day on Spotify. All right, so Seahawks. I'm saying a DB for Seattle here. I think a defensive back makes sense. Let's see. All right, and they do go DB, so they go Bud Clark from TCU. 6 seasons at TCU. That's a Kellen Moore kind of guy. All right, Bud Clark goes. Let's see. We're gonna have to search for him. All right, there he is, Bud Clark. Okay, we are in round 3, ladies and gentlemen. Alex Thayer, 5412, super chatted $4.99. I want to see either Halsey, Dennis Sutton, or even Bell if he's still there at 73. There you go. There you go. Hey, James, how do you feel about us taking Miller over Rodriguez? I'm okay with it. I mean, Rodriguez, like, linebacking room is kind of full. Got to feel good about Stutzman, Werner, Ellis, Stallbird's back there. So I get that. I think the interior defensive line was more of a need than linebacker, so I get it. I like Miller a lot. I like the pick. James, who do I want? If I had to pick right now, if everyone's on the board, I'd probably go Keontae Scott. If I had to pick one out of this group. But, I mean, you got to wonder if Bell... You got to wonder if him sliding to the third is enough for them to be like, man, we did not expect this. F it. And if they go Bell and Tyson, that's something. James, can we trade a player for a pick? Yeah, you can trade players for picks. Philadelphia just did it. Yeah, I mean, Pregnon would be sweet. That would be cool. Because I don't think they expected him to be there in the third. So... Pregnon, Bell, Scott, like any of those guys. I know a lot of people are high on Bryce Lance. Depends on how you feel about North Dakota State and, the level of competition, but people are high on him. I don't think you take him here. Danny Dennis Sutton, sweet. I could see Saints need an edge. He fits the system. I know a lot of people are high on him as well. Trade Rattler for a third? Yeah, you're not doing not getting a third for Rattler. Is Olave getting 30 mil? He'll definitely. He's gonna be in that. Sixth highest paid kind of territory when he gets his money. So in theory, we could trade AK for a pick right now. We could, yeah. You could trade anybody for a pick, yeah, as long as they're under contract. Yeah. There's blasting the America 250. Love it. And I proudly stand up. Would you like if they traded for Thibodeau? I wouldn't trade a pick for him. I don't like trading picks. I would do everything I can to hold on to my picks. Because you're trading the pick, you're trading the rookie contract, you're playing the years of, team control, you're trading the youth, like you're trading a lot with a pick. So I would try and hold on to my picks. Yeah, the Vikings traded a linebacker to Philly for 2/3 like an hour ago. Would I rather walk away with Chris Bell or Eli Heidenreich? I mean, it's got to be Heidenreich. Heidenreich would fit so well. He would fit perfectly. Heidenreich in like the 6th or the 5th? Come on. He could do it all. He'd line up all over the place. Maybe the best pure receiver in the draft. When we get in that Cat's Meow segment going, you got to talk to Cat's Meow. They won't return my emails. Man, we'd really be doubling down with all wide receivers with injury concerns if we went Bell. Man, if we take Chris Bell, it's just like, okay. I mean, what do we even like at that point? There's no rules. It's lawless. Timu CMC? It might not even be Timu. That's the thing. That's the thing with Heidenreich. Heidenreich had a better cone drill than McCaffrey. Like he's a better receiver than McCaffrey. He's not the running back that McCaffrey is, but he's a better receiver. So I mean, he really isn't Timu McCaffrey. The measurements are the exact same. All right, the Cardinals pick. Carson Beck makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense there. Okay. All right. Carson Beck's going to get a shot. Man, do y'all remember like a week ago, or it was a couple days ago actually, they put out the report that Carson Beck was getting interest in the first round. It's like, man, I wonder who put that out. I wonder who leaked that. Who do y'all think leaked that one? I got a sneaky feeling Carson Beck's agent might have leaked that one. I'm this isn't bad for Arizona. Arizona, take a chance. Take your chance with you need a quarterback. If I'm a team like Arizona and I need a quarterback, I'm taking one in the 3rd round every year. Just like whatever. Take him until you find him. Unless there's someone else you love or whatever, but get Beck, let him sit, let him learn. I don't hate it. All right, Denver is up. All right, let's see. Carson Beck. So let's go to the quarterbacks. Boom. Carson Beck. Okay, Denver is up. Okay, let's see here. Alex Thayer has super chatted $1.99. How urgent would you say a linebacker selection is for us? I would say medium urgency, not super high, not super low. Like I said, the linebacker room is kind of deep when you're looking at Werner, Ellis, Stutzman, Stallbird. So if we don't end up with a linebacker, it's not crazy. But so I would say medium. Dark Knight has super chatted $20. Hey James, when is Kellen going to call you to join the war room? I know Kellen watches the channel. He makes references to it all the time. I would help him out if he wants. I would offer my thoughts on the draft process. I'd be willing to do that. He's just got to give me a call. A depressed robot has super chatted $5. Imagine being Beck and going in the 3rd after Simpson went in the 1st. I mean, that. But think about the investment, right? Like, is there a difference in the two players that one should go 13th overall and one should go 65th overall? Probably not. All right, the Broncos are up. Let's see what Peyton has up his sleeves. This could be Chris Bell. Could definitely be Chris Bell here. Tyler Onyedem, defensive tackle from A&M. All right. Tyler Onyedem. Damn. Oh my God. This is the biggest discrepancy we have seen in an ADP and a pick in the draft. So Shawnee, prickly pear, Shawnee goes Tyler Onyedem, who's got an ADP of 225 and a rank of 244. He is currently The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19th interior defensive lineman on the board right now. Woo! Shawnee. Damn. Okay, Sean. Wow. All right, brother. That was crazy. That's a Sean Payton pick. Damn. Sean Payton said, I'll reach 220 picks. All right, the Raiders are up. Raiders took Mendoza and my boy Stukes. All right, Kieron Crawford from Auburn. All right, Crawford, boom. All right, Eagles up next. All right, let's see here. Who is your favorite of your guys between Heidenreich, Stukes, and Everett? I would probably rank them Stukes, then Heidenreich, then Everett. We take Bell so Shuck isn't throwing to Stone Cold Kevin Austin, Yaya Toure, Bub Means, and Ronnie Bell. Do you think we pick McCoy from Tennessee? Nah, that'd be too much, man. I mean, McCoy, he's got a ton of value, but again, the knee is just the whole thing. He didn't play last year. He may have to have another surgery. He may be out another year. So you're talking about a guy, like, really thinking about this, okay? Think about if you take McCoy, and I'm not talking about the Saints, just any team. If you take McCoy and then you're told he needs to have surgery and he can't play, then you're talking about having a guy who hasn't played football in 2 years, okay? Like, that's risky business. You know what I mean? Now, you got to really get back up to speed. That is a lot of football to miss out on. Pittsburgh should take Nuss. They definitely can. I mean, that's not a bad shout. Wouldn't be mad at Pregnon. Yeah, wouldn't be mad at Pregnon. Every time I hear Heidenreich, I think of the WWE. Yeah, me too. What round would I take him in with all the concerns? Fourth or fifth. I think you're at that point. You're fine. Like, it's worth the risk. Fourth is probably worth the risk. Fifth is, I doubt he falls that far, but late third, early fourth. I think it's like, all right. I mean, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But the value is too much, and the EV is too much. I mean, like, for example, like think about who do you think is the best college football team in the nation? Let's just say Texas. Who do you think is the worst college football team in the nation? Right? Like, if they're playing each other, you would never take the worst team. But if someone gave you like 1,000 to 1, it's like, I have to take it. Just because the value, just because of, you never know what happens. So same thing with McCoy. It's like at a certain point, the critical mass breaks of where, all right, he's in the 4th round, he's in the 5th round. He was a top 10 pick a week ago. Like, the value outweighs it at that point. Are you throwing away the pick? Are you throwing away money? Maybe, but let's see. Mr. Working Man has super chatted $10. Sean Payton being the smartest guy in the room, hoping Saints go DB or offensive line with 73. Definitely two positions we could look at. No doubt. Po' Boy Poker, big question. Do y'all really think Tyson at 8 was better than Bell in the 3rd? Interesting question. Definitely a question. Is Aaron Rodgers the quarterback still for the Steelers? He hasn't made up his mind yet. He hasn't made up his mind yet. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, had to drop on the Tower of Terror there. All right. They're back at the draft. The commercial break is over. Heidenreich is going 5th round. That's my bet. Yeah, I think he gets drafted. I don't think he's undrafted anymore. I would assume he's like a 6th rounder. Miller looks like a bad dude. Love the pick. Yeah, Christian Miller. He's a bad dude. If you're a defensive tackle at Georgia and you're that productive, you're a bad dude. All right, Eagles are up. Eagles went Mackay and Stowers. They're doing what they can to help out Jalen Hurts. And then another tackle, another offensive player, Markel Bell from Miami. All right. Tackle, Markel Bell, boom. So the Eagles go Bell, Lemon, and Stowers. Trying to get that offense right. All right, the Bears are on the clock. Saints pick in the 3rd yet? Not yet. They have the 73rd overall pick. So they're almost up. I thought he was, man, I don't know if you're watching ESPN. They had that play. I thought Markel Bell was about to catch a slant route. He was, I've never seen a block like that before. That was crazy. He ran like a corner route and ended up blocking a receiver. That was crazy. I thought he was going to catch the pass. Canes in the dome seems like a good idea until you get the runs. There you go. There you go. Man, James, it's going to be hard to pass on Chris Bell if he's there. I mean, definitely, you got to have the conversation because there's no way they assumed he'd be there in the 3rd. So, yeah, you probably, I mean, it is one of those things where it might just be, you know, he's really good. And we had a high grade on him. And we don't think he should be in the 3rd round, so we took him. And if that's the case, GGC in the lobby. Would I go with McCoy or Bell? I would go with Bell. I wouldn't take McCoy. I would not take, if he has to miss the season, I would not take him. I would be between Keontae Scott, Pregnon, and Bell. Yeah, just draft 7 receivers. James, what's your favorite food in the dome? Dome dogs, obviously. No condiments. The chicken tenders were really good if you can find them, but they're really good. The Bears selected Sam Roush, the tight end from Stanford. So the Bears selected Colston Loveland last year with the 10th overall pick, and then they take Sam Roush with the 69th overall pick this year. Okay. I know they're different players, but all right. A blocking Y tight end. He could be a valuable piece in heavy personnel packages and some single tight end looks. So they get their receiving tight end in Colston Loveland, and they get their blocking tight end in Sam Roush. Ben Johnson, you do you, brother. You do you. Just watch my shoes. What do I think about the Saints draft so far? Love it. Good draft so far. Good draft so far. And I love that we have a lot more picks. That's what I love. All right, the 49ers pick is in. They went Stribling to kick off the second round. Kind of a surprise pick. I'm going to guess they go Pregnon here. That'd be a good pick for them. I thought they could have went Pregnon in the 2nd. So Pregnon here would be a good pick for Frisco. Or they go Romello Height, another Texas Tech defensive player. All right. A need for Frisco. So, that's what we talk about with, picking the like when you're trying to project picks or whatever. If you have like two positions of need like that, like Pregnon and Heights, like at that point it's just kind of it's a real like coin flip discussion between the coaches and the staff. And that's what makes it that's what makes the draft hard. Because you have two positions of need, but they're complete polar opposite positions. So what do? What makes one more valuable than the other? There's so much like math and all that goes into these picks. Only 2 picks in front of us. Who you got, James? Take your pick. I think they go Keontae Scott. I think Keontae Scott is the pick. Define edge. Does that basically mean pass rusher only? No, because like Zion Young certainly can play the run. So it's not edge is not just a pass rusher. I think we take Scott, but the value of Bell, I would guess they're having a conversation. But I will say, this is kind of the whole thing we talked about during our mock drafts, was that wide receivers did tend to fall in the second and third round. And that's why we kept pushing back wide receiver. And so, hypothetical, let's say our draft was Caleb Downs, Christian Miller, and Chris Bell. Like that's I'm not saying it's better or whatever, but it is an option. It could have happened. And in the mock drafts we did, like wide receiver tended to be available in the second, third round. We never thought Chris Bell would be in the third round, but that was a big reason why we kept saying like, maybe you pass at 8. But again, if Jordan Tyson's the man, if he's incredible, then it doesn't matter. But that's where some of that Sudoku puzzle kind of stuff went with our draft prep. It always seemed like a wide receiver was available round 2 or round 3. All right, Washington on the clock. Man, the commercials are crazy. Yo, please stop from CNick75. Please stop asking about what's wrong with McCoy. He has a knee and will be out this year. It's been said 300 times. Boom. CNick is just has heard enough about McCoy. What's wrong with McCoy? Does anybody know why McCoy's fallen? Hey, why is Jermod McCoy still on the board? Is this a glitch? Wyatt Six and Aleister Black, Zelina Vega among WWE cuts. Man, how bad was the Wyatt Six situation? They had so much pop. They had so much hype on Bo Dallas or Uncle Howdy's return, and just wet fart. Wetfart.gif. Has anyone taken Red Murdoch? No, Red is like a 4th, 5th round kind of guy. Let's see where he's at on this final big board. Red is ADP 201, ranked 208, so better than whoever the hell Denver took. Look at this just monster. 91.2 grade last year. 837 snaps, 922 snaps, 93 tackles, 94 tackles, 91.3 run defense grade, 86.5 coverage grade. God. Stud. Absolute stud. All right, what do we got going on here? Washington's finally making their pick. Red Murdoch sounds like a sheriff from an 80s cop show, yeah. Red Murdoch does sound like the sheriff. Oh, Washington's hosting the draft next year? Okay. I didn't realize Washington was holding the draft next year. Are we seeing Marquise or Marcus Colston announce the pick? He announced 42. So I think they're announcing the second and third round. This pick is taking forever. Red Murdoch, son of Trevor. What position do you think Trevor Murdoch would play? Linebacker? He'd be a just cheap shotting safety, just helmet to helmet. James, are you a straight up no-go on McCoy? Yeah. I'm a no-go on McCoy if he's missing the whole season. There's no way I'm taking a guy who, by the time he plays, he's over 2 years removed from playing football. Unless it's like the 4th or 5th round, then whatever. James, what teams need a quarterback? The Carolina Panthers, the Atlanta Falcons. I can't get over this Washington pick. This guy's on a straight up monologue. Antonio Williams, wide receiver from Clemson. So Williams was another guy who, if you go back to the early mock drafts, Williams was like a top 10 guy. He's one of those guys, like we say it all the time, but you know, Carson Beck at one point was the first overall pick projected. Arch Manning was supposed to be the first overall pick in this draft. Williams, Peter Woods, those guys, they were both supposed to be top 10 picks. And Williams just nothing. You know, and now Williams goes all the way to 71. Interesting how that all works out. It's always like that. You know, those early mock drafts, it's just crazy how off they can be sometimes. All right. Bengals are up. So the Bengals went Cassius Howell with pick 42. I'll say it again, but this would be a good landing spot for Emmanuel Pregnon. I mean, I think that was fine for the Commanders. The Commanders, they wanted to get wide receiver help. There was talk of them taking a wide receiver in the first round. So I think Williams is fine there. Again, it all depends. Like, people have been high on all these receivers. You know, I've heard people who are super high on Bryce Lance, but you know. All right. So the Bengals pick is in. I mean, get to the stage. After the Washington guy, let's just hear the pick. Perfect. Cincinnati's already up there. Tacario Davis from Washington. All right, so another DB goes. Tacario Davis from Washington. All right. Boom. There you go. Saints pick is up. I'm not looking at chat. I don't want it to be spoiled. My apologies, chat. I'm going to go ahead and say Keontae Scott is the play. But, man, you got to have a conversation about Chris Bell. There's no way you could have expected he would be there in the third round. I know you took Jordan Tyson. I know Chris Bell's got a knee injury. How much risk can you possibly absorb if you're Mickey Loomis? But I don't know. I mean, Do you need 4 wide receivers? Probably not. But I'm going to go Keontae Scott. If I'm in there. I'm having a conversation about Chris Bell. But, you know. All right. Pick is in for the Saints. Not looking at chat. My apologies. I'll get to it, I swear. All right. So what are we going to do here? Pregnon is, I know a lot of people in chat are going to be wanting Pregnon because of the Ruiz situation. Let's see. What else could they do? What linebackers are on the board? Danny Dennis Sutton. So edge is something else. So Danny Dennis Sutton. It's either going to be Scott or Sutton, I think. All right, here we go. Oscar Delp, the tight end from Georgia. Okay. Did not see that coming. All right, Oscar Delp. Okay. Oscar Delp, 6'5", 245. Delp is an intriguing athlete with a high-effort play style that should get him drafted. However, his limited receiving impact and lack of feel in that area project him as a tight end 3 or tight end 4 option. Okay. All right. Oscar Delp. Kellen. More Kellen. More Kellen. They are not messing around. Damn. Oscar Delp. Okay. Jordan Tyson, Kristen Miller, and Oscar Delp. Double Georgia. I'm going to have to dig into the Delp thing. Delp was not on my bingo card. Oscar Delp was not on my board. Not on my... Wasn't expecting it. Look, I've said it for 24 hours now. If the Saints aren't a top 10 offense, then... I mean, I don't know what to say. They are giving Kellen Moore the keys to the city. They are giving Kellen Moore, hey, man, you want a tight end? Sure. We got Noah I mean, we got 4 tight ends. We got, I mean, damn. We got Jawan Johnson. We got Oscar Delp, Noah Fant, Maliki Mataveo, who is Oos, and we acknowledge the tribal chief. I mean, sure, Kellen. What else you want, brother? Damn. Pretty crazy that, you know, how much we talked about Chris Bell, and they said, Chris Bell, no thanks. We'll take Oscar Delp. All right, the Giants traded up. All right, let me get all this. Let me get this together here. The Giants. Well, I can't even find the Giants. Where are they? What am I missing? The Giants. What? Falcons, Jags, Panthers, Bears, Cowboys, Eagles, Patriots, Seahawks, Giants. There you go. Damn. Okay. Sure. So who did the Giants take? I missed that one. Malachi Fields. Okay. Yeah. I a lot of people I talked to are down on Fields. He started off high. He started as like a second rounder and just kept dropping. All right, let me get in chat. Okay, Morphitrix has super chatted $2. In Kellen, we trust. Yeah. I mean, hey. Brandon Staley wonder how he feels right now. He needs some help, and they ain't even trying. I mean, they're just straight up saying, score points. They're straight up saying, we believe in, we're going to build this thing. We're going to build this, we're going to build this out. Man, Oscar Delp. Let's do some Oscar Delp deep dive. Let's do some Oscar Delp research, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. Oscar Delp draft profile. Let's learn together. All right, let's do some Oscar Delp. Let's see. Oscar Delp draft profile. All right. We're going to do this together, guys. Scouting report for Oscar Delp. All right. Oscar Delp, 6'5", 245. Strengths: good speed, plus athlete, athletic route runner, dangerous down the seam, good hands, natural hands catcher, can generate separation for man coverage, tracks the ball well, good ball adjustment. Okay, pause. Advanced body control, willing blocker, experienced, ready to compete quickly, creates mismatches out of the slot. Well, damn, is he a Hall of Famer? I mean, it sounds like he's the best player of all time. Weakness: lacks elusiveness as a runner, needs to get stronger as a blocker, didn't produce up to his potential. Okay. Prospect summary. In Brock Bowers' final season with Georgia, Bowers went out for some time with an injury, and Delp took advantage of the opportunity to show that he was a pro prospect in his own right. During Bowers' injury, what the hell just happened? Delp filled in well and flashed in other games with Bowers. Delp totaled 24 catches for 284 yards and 3 touchdowns as the number 2 tight end. In 2024, with Bowers in the NFL, Delp was underutilized, and the Georgia passing offense was very inconsistent. Delp had 19 receptions for 230 and 4 touchdowns. Delp had a similar season as a senior with 20 catches for 261. Okay? For the NFL, Delp has the potential to contribute as a receiving tight end with the skill set to develop into a starter. Delp is an athletic and quick tight end who can challenge defenses down the middle seam or along the sideline. He has the speed and fluidity as a route runner to create separation and is a natural hands catcher. Okay? With a burst in the second level, Delp can accelerate away from defenders and is a threat to create some chunk gains. Delp can stand to get more elusive as a runner and use his size to power through defensive backs. I lost my spot. With his receiving ability, Delp could be a nice contributor as an F tight end for a pro offense. I mean, we got Z's, we got X's, we got Y's, we got F tight ends. Who the hell even knows anymore? I feel like I'm looking at a bowl of alphabet soup when people talk about football nowadays. Delp is a willing blocker and competes. Many tight ends don't give a good effort as blockers, but Delp does. He fights and battles, but does need to get stronger for blocking pro edge defenders and linebackers. In the 2026 NFL Draft, Delp could be a day 2 pick who starts out as a backup and develops into a starter. His comparison is Dawson Knox. Delp reminds me of Dawson Knox coming out of Ole Miss. All right. This is his NFL.com combine page or whatever. Let's see. So, athleticism score. Okay. So this is Lance Zierlein, kind of saying the same stuff here. Rounds 3 to 4. Sounds about right. Let's see. Let's see if he tested at the combine. Let's see his combine situation. Oscar Delp. Let's see here. Oscar Delp combine. Okay. Man, does he not have an RAS? Give me the RAS. There it is. Oh, I don't know why I didn't look this up on Twitter. All right, so this is Delp. So he ran a 4.49, pretty sporty. 4.49. So he can move. Jordan Tyson has a better bench press than Oscar Delp. That's kind of wild. But pretty good RAS. I mean, 9.82. 23 reps on the bench. He's got a 38-inch vertical, 10-foot broad jump, both elite. He's got a 4.49 40, a 2.59 20, a 1.61 10. So he can move. Okay. This is from Toddy. This is Todd McShay. Todd has him as the 4th overall prospect. Overall 88th. So he talks about kind of the same stuff. Delp is a traits-based tight end. Okay. Delp is a different cat in terms of his personality. So NFL teams will need to decide whether he fits in their locker room. What the hell does that mean? What is Oscar Delp up to? Delp is a different cat in terms of his personality. So NFL teams will need to decide whether he fits their locker room. Okay. All right. I can't wait to hear his interview. Okay, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Oscar freaking Delp. All right, what did I miss? So Who went 75? Who the Dolphins take? Let's see here. Let me get this reloaded. The Dolphins went Caleb Douglas. All right. And then Pittsburgh traded up. This could be Nussmeier. They could have traded up for a quarterback here. All right. So Caleb Douglas, Texas Tech wide receiver. All right. Let's see. Texas Tech wide receiver, Douglas. All right. Douglas goes. All right. We're back on Pittsburgh. Okay. All right, let's see here. Reginald Harris, super chatted $1.99. Can't lie, no. Colby Kiddo, super chatted $2. Daniel George, super chatted €5. Love from Corolla. Have you ever heard about Corolla? I have not. Where is that? Yeah, Georgia's quarterback was is not exactly an aerial artist. Drew Aller. Damn. Okay, so they do go quarterback, but it's Aller. So Mike McCarthy gets his guy, Mr. Traits, Mr. 6'6", perfect quarterback build, but doesn't play quarterback very well. All right. That's a good spot for Aller. Aller can go learn behind Rodgers if Rodgers plays, learn from Big Mike. Obviously went to college in the area. Yeah, that's good all around. Good for Pittsburgh, good for Aller, good for Big Mike. Okay. All right, so Aller goes, boom. Delp is going to cook. What tight end did we take? We took big boy Oscar Delp. I'm very interested with this Oscar Delp thing. I'm very interested to learn more about Oscar Delp. I can't wait for his interview. I cannot wait for his press conference. Yeah, Gunnar Stockton. I mean, Gunnar Stockton sucks. Throwing the ball. Stockton's the worst possible version of Tim Tebow. Did I not answer? Wait, hold on. What was the chat about Dalen Everett? Did I not? I thought I've read every single super chat. I'm going back. I think I did. I've read every super chat. When if I miss your super chat, let me know when it was, and I'll go back and try and find it. But I'm pretty sure I'm staying up on them. Imperfect super chatted $2. Delp is a dog in NCAA 26. There you go. I mean, that's what I mean. What else do you need to hear? All right, so Green Bay is picking now. All right, so let's okay, so Pittsburgh. All right. Let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm interested to see what Kellen's got cooking up with Oscar Delp. I'm okay with that. Got a piece of hair in my mouth, Jesus. Dark Knight is super chatted $10. Let's go to Georgia players. Yeah, if you're a Georgia fan. Wait, who's in the clock? Not Pittsburgh. It's Green Bay. Let me undo the pick. Undo that pick. Wait. Okay. All right. Aller goes. Okay, I jacked this up. It doesn't matter. But let's see. Trade. Green Bay. Yeah, whatever. Green Bay, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Chris McClellan from Missouri. Okay. There you go. Chris McClellan. Boom. All right, we're caught up. There's some big names falling. There's some big names falling. A tight end that plays through a broken foot, blocks, and runs sub 4.5 is actually great. I take back my gross LOL. We're going to learn a whole lot more about Oscar Delp in the next couple of weeks, I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that. You like that pick? I mean, we'll see. Like, hey, show me what you can do with the tight end. Get creative, getting those, the mismatches, getting the weird sets. Let's see it. Like, let's see it, man. I'm willing to watch. Saint Squad took Delp in their final mock draft. Hey, James, longtime viewer of your videos, first time chatter and commenter. Keep up the good work. Thank you, man. Yeah, the dude that said go dark mode. I agree. How do I go dark mode? Settings? How do I go dark mode? Is there a toggle? Am I not seeing it? Two Georgia players. Let's see. Yo, James, what are your thoughts on round 2 pick? Christian Miller's the man. Big fan of Christian Miller. I like Delp's traits. I mean, Delp is a super high potential guy as well. I mean, he's a guy that's basically saying, if I go to settings, though, I'm going to lose my draft process. I don't feel like going through and doing all that again. Yeah, Delp is, that's kind of a Sean Payton pick. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of like, no, I know what to do with him. It's the Oscar Delp thing is no. I can make him good. Trust me. He's got traits. So, Kellen's got a hell of a lot of tight ends to play with. We have 5 tight ends. Yeah, I mean, think about the tight ends, the running backs, and the wide receivers. We've got just like 40. We've got. Wait, what was the pause? Was that on me? Did I pause? What was my pause? Big body packages. Did I hit a pause? Somebody quote the pause. Did I get got? Let's see here. Super jumbo set? That's not a pause. Super jumbo set's not a pause. Oh, Kellen Moore has a lot of tight ends to play with. Hey, delete the VOD. Can we delete the VOD real quick? Yeah, just delete the VOD, the part about the the part about the tight ends. Yeah, we just need to the part about the Kellen Moore tight end stuff, that whole part, we need to edit that part out. All right? We need to cut that part about when I talked about Kellen Moore playing with the tight ends. Just snip that in post editing, and we'll be good to go. All right, what's going on here? What's happening in the draft? So the Colts are on the clock. Oh, great! Pat McAfee's back out here. Great, good, perfect. Just what I wanted to see. The walking natural light. Pat McAfee is actually doing magic tricks on the podium right now. I mean, Pat McAfee doing magic on the stage. The walking Zen, Pat McAfee. The walking jewel, Pat McAfee. Are jewels still a thing? Cecil Ash has subscribed. Thank you. Miltonius Paulito has super chatted $1. Miltonius Paulito then super chatted $2. Miller and Delp Dome Dogs. Boom. All right, AJ Halsey, LSU. There you go. Halsey goes to Indy. All right. Pat McAfee off the stage. Jesus. Kirk Frederick has super chatted $2. What do you see as Noah Fant's role now? Good question. Good question. I mean, like, think about right now, okay? Right now, we've got, just in the running back room and the wide receiver room, we have Noah Fant, Maliki Mataveo, Oscar Delp, Juwan Johnson. We've got Travis Achane, Alvin Kamara, Devin Neal, Kendre Miller, Evan Hull, Audric Estime. Wide receivers, we have Chris Olave, Jordan Tyson, Devon Vele, Jalen Polk, Damian Alford, Trey Palmer, Bub Means, Mason Tipton. We don't have enough. We don't have enough roster spots. Like, what are we gonna do with all these players? It's insane. We got about 20 players that are just in our running back, tight end, and wide receiver room. We got to cut half the players. Nuts. All right, Atlanta's up. I mean, do they go Chris Bell here? Surely, right? All right, Zachariah Branch. We talked about him in the second round, too. The Georgia to Georgia situation. Okay. Branch is fired up. Branch kind of looked like I show speed right there. He kind of went full I show speed. Yeah, Branch is fast. Mostly caught screens. Most of his work was at the line of scrimmage. Is that a product of Gunnar Stockton? I don't know. Zachariah Branch also basically had a loser leaves town match with Mekhi Lemon. Left USC, went to Georgia. Like I said, it was almost exclusively used at the line of scrimmage and screens. Again, could be a Gunnar Stockton problem. I don't know. Could be a Todd Monken problem. I don't know. But like if you're watching ESPN, watch all of his highlights. All of it is screens. Let's see. Right here, line of scrimmage and screen. Boom. So two they've shown two passes, both were screens. It was like 70% of his routes. Let's see, here's the third one. It is this one was actually, okay, this one's a little bit of a fade route there. All right, sure. Bit of a push off there. But all right, Zachariah Branch stays in Georgia. Okay, Chris Bell continues to fall. All right. Let's see here. Branch ADOT is like 3. Yeah, it was the worst ADOT. I mean, we did a video on Zachariah Branch, and we talked about the ADOT, and he just didn't fit what the Saints wanted to do. I think Branch is fine. Like, I have no problem. Zachariah Branch is a player. He just doesn't fit what the Saints want to do. All right, the Ravens pick is in. I like how some of these picks are like boom, 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 and then some of the picks take 20 minutes. Do you think Tyson can overtake Olave for wide receiver 1, or do you think Olave is that guy? I don't think wide receiver 1, wide receiver. I don't think that's the thing anymore. I don't think it's real. When do you think McCoy gets picked? / how far does he fall before he becomes valuable or a value pick? Probably the 4th round, I would say. Jacoby Lane, USC. Yep. So we have a Jacoby Lane video on the channel as well. Jacoby Lane's the man. Big fan. Ingram and McAfee cutting wrestling promos. I don't need that. All right. Just say the pick. Why are you screaming at me? I'm sitting in the studio. I'm not even in Pittsburgh. Why are you yelling at me? Why are you challenging me to a ladder match? Like, what's going on here? All right, Jacoby Lane, 80th overall, higher than I think he was planning on being drafted, but good player, and I like him. And we took him, I think, in every mock draft we did, we ended up with Jacoby Lane. So, good player there. All right, let's see. How important do you think it is for a tight end to generate yak? Very important if he's going to be catching. If he's going to be a receiving tight end, which it sounds like he's going to be, yeah, you definitely want. I mean, yak is something that is good to have, right? Like if a receiver or a pass catcher or whatever is creating yak, that is hugely positive. It usually is a good indicator of success at the next level. Let's see. Trade back into the third, maybe. You got a couple fourths. Could trade back in for sure. Could be an option. Good to see how many people agree with my opinion of McAfee, says Jay Coop. Thought it'd be the opposite. Now, I think there's some McAfee fatigue. This Delt pick is very divisive on the ground. Well, I mean, you know. I was surprised Bell fell to the round 3, but given him and McCoy, it looks like teams are wary of draft. Yeah, they might have been more injured than we believe. You know, like, again, these teams have the deep medicals, right? So they may not be as far along as we think they are. You know, Bell might be out for a majority of the year. Who the hell knows? You know, McCoy could miss the entire year. So, you know. All right, Jacksonville back up. Bezluzny. Albert Regis, tackle from A&M. Not ringing a bell. Albert Regis. Okay, all right. He goes to Jacksonville. Minnesota on the clock. Could be, let's see. Let's see what Minnesota does here. So they went Banks and Golday. Do they go Connor Lew? Do they go... Let's see. What are we thinking here for Minnesota, ladies and gentlemen? Kirk Frederick, super chat at $5. By the way, came down to NOLA for Mardi Gras and was hoping to run into you on bourbon and knock back a hand grenade. Maybe next time. Love the channel. Man, I don't know if I could drink a hand grenade in my old age. I stay away from the sugar. I stay away from the sugary drinks. The last time I had sugary drinks was Red Dress Run, probably 3 years ago. I had a hurricane from Pados, and then I had back-to-back, had a hurricane from Pados, and then walked to Lafitte's and had a purple drink, and I was cold sweating all night. I was cold sweating. I was not sleeping. I was 115 degrees, but freezing. I think I went into a diabetic coma. And that was the last time I had any kind of like super sugary drink. So a hand grenade, I don't think would do the body well. All right. Well, let's see. We have a request to pull up the remaining linebackers, s'il vous plaît. All right. There you go. Kyle Lewis, Keyshawn Elliott, Deontay Lawson. My boy Red Murdoch. Harold Perkins is down there. There you go. There you go. Michael Ziegler is super chat at $4.99. Recent vid of Chris Bell sprinting to 18 miles an hour. Can't be the knee right. I know it's not full speed, but it's 18 miles an hour nonetheless. Yeah, on him on the treadmill, I saw that as well. I think that was... He definitely wasn't 100%. I think that's what people are concerned about. Let's see. Delp can be plugged in where Taysom plays. Kind of different players. I think Delp's just going to be I mean, I think Delp is just going to play like the Dalton Kincaid role in Buffalo or the Dawson Knox role in Buffalo and just kind of be that mismatch. I mean, he's certainly has speed. He certainly has all that. So I guess he's just going to be another option. You know, another pass catching option there. Yeah, I mean the star role, like the star thing, is another thing that everyone's talking about. It's like the new X receiver, it's the new whatever, like the star thing. All of a sudden, I've heard more about the star role in the last month than I have my entire career watching football. Blackman can play the star role. Sanker can play the star role. Like, you know, we still have plenty more picks, so I wouldn't worry about that too much. Easy E has super chatted $1.99. Face of the franchise with elite content. Trizzy ain't got shit on you, Trace. That's not me saying that. All right, that's Easy E saying that. That wasn't me, Trace. I'm just reading the chats. All right, you know I love you like a brother. I'm just reading the chats, pal. I mean, the chats come in, I read them. I'll read anything that's on the prompter. All right, love you like a brother, Trace. Let's see. Star roll is the new meta. Yeah, star roll is the new thing that I mean, what was the thing last year? What was the term last year? Oh, hospital ball. It was like 2 years ago. Hospital ball was the term. All of a sudden, I heard hospital ball. Every throw was a hospital ball. Every throw, it was a hospital ball. It was out of control. And now every player, every defensive back is a star. It's a star roll. Can you play the Joker? Like, it's crazy. All right. The Vikings take Dominique Orange. All right. A lot of defensive tackles going tonight. All right, Dominique Orange. I'll tell you an interior defensive lineman I like. I mean, the Saints have already done what they had to do, but I think Darrell Jackson Jr. is a player. I like Darrell Jackson Jr. from Florida State. He's a player. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of him. It's funny. I've talked about this before, but like, you know, any of the content creators who are like really doing draft work and like really doing prep and breaking down this stuff and, you know, trying to find these players and all that stuff. Like, you'll do so much work on these guys, and then you'll never do another video. You'll never see another thing about them. You know, like, it's just you'll spend 30, 45 minutes watching stuff on Zion Young, and then you just never see another thing about him. Like, it's crazy. But that's the draft. That's the draft process. It's like, I just watched 3 hours of whatever Chris Brazzell tape. And then he may never have a catch. What does the draft say so far about Kell's vision? It says that the offense is about to do its thing. It says that Kellen is about to get people out there, get people in space, and rock and roll. Delome's up. Chris Brazzell. Okay. Chris Brazzell, speak of the devil right there. Chris Brazzell goes to Carolina. Brazzell and Tet, man, they got some size out there on the outside. Ty DT is super chatted $1.99. James, what do you give the draft grade so far? B+, B+, and C+, as I would give the 3 picks so far. That's what I would give it. Venazor, 32.94, super chatted $4.99. Do you think we are in a position where we still need as many picks as possible, or do you think we trade our late picks to move up? I just keep picking. I just keep picking players. I would keep picking players, fill out the roster, get young, cheap contracts, impact players, good for 3, 4, 5 years. That's what I would do. I just keep picking. Keep getting players. Danny Riot has super chatted $1.99. Hospital ball equal Hospital ball equals homegrown network employee. What's going on over on the homegrown network? What are they up to? What are they up to nowadays? What are those boys up to? Panthers are cooking, good lord. The Panthers have my boy Eric Eager over there, the good doctor. Well, Eric Eager, one hell of a data scientist. If you want to get into coding and like using Python and stuff for sports analytics and sports data, Eager's got a book out there on it. Would recommend. And he's in there. He was at Sumer Sports, and he went to Carolina. He's in the Carolina front office now. James, do you think Dalen Everett will still be on the board when the Saints pick again at 132? Certainly possible. But Bryce is still the quarterback, so there's that. Yeah, true. Yeah, I can tell they all of a sudden know how to draft. Yeah. Yeah, Eager's just got them going full analytics over there. Bell to Tampa is my guess. Replace Evans, says Mr. Clark. Let's see here. Yeah, as long as Bryce Young is the Panthers quarterback, I'm not worried about them at all. This year, Bryce can take a step. True. Bryce can take a step this year. Very true. I got to say, we're cooking pretty damn good, too. We're just, I mean, Kellen's just kind of wild now. The Oscar Delp pick is Kellen just kind of in a flow state. He's just in a flow state saying, yeah, I'll take Oscar Delp. Watch this. Watch this. I'll take Oscar. What about it? Thoughts on Bryce last year? Below average. Well below average. Yeah, Delp's an athlete. I mean, we looked at his RAS. I mean, his RAS is right here. I mean, it's a lot of green, you know? Elite explosiveness, 38-foot vertical, 10-foot broad. Elite speed, 4.49 40. 9.8 RAS. I mean, he's definitely an athlete. No doubt about that. He is the 26th ranked tight end out of 1,388 tight ends. So, you know, it might have been one of those things where Delp was held down by Stockton and by his usage, and, you know, maybe he should have went higher. So, I'm not mad, but at Delp, what about our defense? Our defense we had the second, when we took Christian Miller in the second round. We had the number 2 run defense in the NFL last year, top 10. Our offense last year was way worse than our defense. People forget about that. We were way worse offensively than we were defensively last year. Nathan Shannon has super chatted $1.99. And Nathan Shannon said that he is not allowed within 100 yards of elementary schools. Nathan Shannon, I'm sorry to hear that. Nathan Shannon let the world know that for $2. And I got a lot of questions. All right, and I don't want to know the answers. Yeah, Quincy Riley was the 17th man cover corner in the entire NFL. It's true. All right, Bucks are up. Oh wait, what just happened? So Tampa. Oh, I had this mixed up. This was the trade that I had jacked up earlier, right? Is this the one with Green Bay where I had everything all flip flopped? All right. Let's see. Ted Hurst. All right, a lot of people like Ted Hurst. Ted Hurst was a big-time draft process darling. So we'll get to see a lot of them. But I know a lot of people loved Ted Hurst. He never really made it to my board, I'm a little bit biased towards big schools, I will admit, but people love Ted Hurst. Oblong Cracker is super chatted $2. WWE, the Georgia players versus the Kenner Police Department. The Kenner, man, remember whenever Kenner, they were just losing their mind? That's when they got like Chris Olave on the speeding ticket. They got Michael Thomas with the whole brick thing. Like Kenner was nuts. It really was straight up like Kenner versus the New Orleans Saints. That was a crazy couple months there. James, are you looking for starting caliber players at this point or high ceiling starting? I'll always want starting level players. Draft starters. Draft starters nonstop. Yeah, I would just keep drafting starters. Big time players, high impact players, nonstop. Evans isn't there anymore, so I knew they would go wide receiver. Yeah, I knew they would go wide receiver at some point. I'm seeing a lot of people really high on the Delp pick. I think Delp. I think there's a lot there. I really do. I really do. I mean, you look at the traits, you look at all that stuff. I think you can argue that he was held down in Georgia by Stockton and their offense and his usage and playing with Bowers and all that stuff, but it's a very interesting pick. Tight end was something the Saints needed. I mean, it's not a desperate need, but could certainly use. So I don't hate it. I will say though, like with the tight end thing, you are kind of getting to a point, and we'll see how the rest of the draft goes, but you're kind of getting to a point where it's like you only have one football. Dalen Everett, stud, freaking animal, stud, damn it. Love him like a brother. Guy can play. Guy can play, man. God, what a player. Just watch him. Just watch him. He's like a 7-year starter. Man. He just absolutely cracked whoever was playing quarterback for Texas right there. Player. What the hell was I talking about? Oh, the football. I mean, think about it. You have Travis Etienne. You got Chris Olave. You got Jordan Tyson. You got Devon Vele. You got Juwan Johnson. You got Oscar Delp. How many plays are we going to run? How many plays are we going to run here? All right. Pittsburgh takes the boy. The GOAT. Right there, Dalen Everett, boom. We identified him months ago if you've been watching the channel. So we aren't worried about filling the Alontae Taylor hole? No, I'm not. And we have we have more picks. I mean, we have, 5 more picks or 4 more picks. Yeah, 5 more picks. Man, the Browns got up there quick. Jeez. Austin Barber. Okay, so the Browns made that pick. All right, so I got to trade to the Browns. Boom. Let's see here. Browns. Bop, 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 bop. Okay, and then Austin Barber. Boom. All right, there we go. Miami on the clock, I think. Yeah, Miami's on the clock. We're running a lot of plays. Yeah, we run a ton of plays. We run at a super high tempo, no doubt about that. But the Browns have had quite the draft. Spencer Fanu, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, and Austin Barber. All right, the Dolphins pick is in. I don't know why I thought the Saints had 3 third-round picks. Now they have 2 fourths, but 3 thirds would be crazy. I feel like Pregnon goes here. Could be a spot for Pregnon. They went Proctor, Johnson, Rodriguez, Douglas. Yeah, it could be Pregnon. Will Kakmarek. No idea who this guy is. No clue. Will Kakmarek. Will Kakmarek is ranked 100. He's ranked 383. Will Kakmarek. Okay. Will Kakmarek had hit 168 yards last year. He had 86 yards the year before. I mean, all right. Sure. There have been so many tight ends tonight. Pause. So many tight ends, defensive tackles. Who had Will Kakmarek getting drafted before Chris Bell? If Chris Bell doesn't go in the third round, I mean, something had to come up. Something had to come up medically in the last, 24 hours. Kellen Moore said, screw it, I'm replacing everybody. Yeah. Kellen Moore said, all right, we're turning the page. Cornerback is still deep? Yeah. What's his RAS compared to Delt? Kakmarek might not have even... Kakmarek might not have even... How the hell did you spell this guy's name? Kakmarek? Let's see here. Kakmarek. Here it is. This was Kakmarek. He ran a 7.29. Or he ran a 4.74. He ran a 2.7820, a 1.6910. 18 reps on the bench. So yeah, Kakmarek was 7.9 for. He's no Oscar Delp. Agility, not good. Not good. All right. What am I doing here? All right, Jacksonville. Okay. Venazor, $1.99 super chat. Someone needs to drug test the Dolphins front office. Here late, but come to say McCorners is an old philosophy. Least important on the defense. We took a 4th round corner and made him a starter on the 12th ranked defense. Hey, I've been preaching that for months. I've been saying that, corner is the most volatile position. It's a play-by-play. You can use, I'm all about that. I believe. I'll tell you this right now. If Kellen cooks with this draft, if Delp is the man and Tyson's the man, and if he cooks with this one, then he can do no wrong. Straight up. If he cooks with this, then give him the keys to the castle. Give him the keys to the city. Nothing he can do. That's wrong. So, I mean, Kellen's getting cute with some of these picks, and if he makes it happen, whoo. Frofsta has super chatted $5. Kellen averaged a completion to 9 receivers per game over his 53-game college career. There you go. There's a fact. Barely tuning in, James. Who did we get? We got Kristen Miller in the 2nd and Oscar freaking Delp in the 3rd. Remember the name. All right, Jacksonville is back on the... I feel like Jacksonville's made about 20 picks. How many picks have they made? Let's see. 2? What the hell? I feel like I've seen Paul Posluszny 1,000 times tonight. All right, Emmanuel Pregnon, finally. Great pick. Great pick. Don't y'all feel like we've seen Paul Posluszny like 10 times tonight? Pregnon's a good pick. Obviously. I mean, great value from Jacksonville. Delp is so fast. Yeah, Delp can move. Delp, RAS, baby. Great RAS. Delp seems like a freak. I don't really agree with that. You definitely need good corners, but it helps if you have a great pass rush. You can manage. Quincy Riley wasn't a slouch either. He should have been higher. So, okay, hold on a second. I'm not saying you don't need good corners. I'm saying that you can get good corners anywhere because being a good corner is a per play thing. Like, corner is so volatile that even the best corners, first overall pick, second overall pick, third overall pick, Hall of Famer, Derek Stingley, whatever, you know, like whoever you think is the best corner in the NFL, they can get absolutely cooked one game, one season, whatever. It's a very volatile position. You can treat it kind of like a bullpen in baseball. You absolutely need a good closer. You absolutely need good relievers. But you can kind of take it on a matchup basis, a per game basis. Other positions, you can't really do that. All right, the Bears pick is up. I need you to continue saying RAS score. All right, Xavier Thomas, LSU, goes to the Bears. All right. All right, so they take Xavier Thomas. Man, the Bears, like, you know, these rankings aren't everything, but they are reaching. All right, Frisco on the clock. What's wrong with saying RAS score? RAS is relative athletic score. So RAS score is relative athletic score. All right. So the Bears have Dylan Thieneman, Logan Jones, Sam Roush, and Xavier Thomas. I mean, if you're a Bears fan, are you thrilled with that? Are you excited for that? Question mark? All right, 49ers are up. Wow, Kalen Black, the running back from Indiana. So he goes ahead of Mike Washington, ahead of Jonah Coleman, ahead of Seth McGowan, Emmett Johnson, Nicholas Singleton. Man, Kalen Black is down here. Okay. Houston on the clock. There's some crazy picks going on. I feel like there's some wild picks taking place. So the Raiders have this pick, not the Texans. All right, where are the Raiders? Boom, 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 boom. All right. Okay, so James, I got a question. If I told you the only corner that the Saints would get is McCoy, would you still draft him then? What round? What round? Do y'all like the Oscar Delp pick? Yes, I like it. I like the traits. I mean, he's an athletic freak. There's no doubt about that. He's an athletic freak. This one, we don't have a pick in this round. So you're saying like in the fourth, we either take him in the fourth or we don't get a cornerback. Is that the situation? The next Kittle, Kittle's more of a blocker. Kittle's like an extension of the offensive line. Delp looks like more of a pure receiver. I mean, this sounds crazy, but like, I don't know. I honestly don't know if we need Chris. Like, we don't need a receiver. We don't have enough positions. We really don't have enough positions. Like we at this point, we just don't have enough. What are we going to do? Unless we all of a sudden in the NFL creates a fifth quarter. Are mental traits more important to Kellen than physical? I don't know about more important, but they definitely matter. Kellen is breaking the mold with this draft. Yeah, I'll give him that. I'll say that. Yeah, drafting another receiver would be absurd. Yeah, I don't think we need any more. I mean, it's offense heavy right now. Outside of offensive line, we're good on offense. Our offensive line is the best part of our offense. We have four solid offensive linemen, 4 out of 5. How many teams can say that? I think we need a guard still. I mean, maybe like it depends on the Ruiz upgrade and all that stuff, but you can kind of get a guard in free agency. We saw with Edwards, but even if Ruiz is playing, we got 4 out of 5 damn good offensive linemen. I'm not saying Delp isn't known for blocking. I'm saying in the NFL, Delp is going to be more of a receiver than a blocker, whereas Kittle can be at times. He can almost be just a lineman. I'm not saying he didn't block. I'm saying in the NFL, he's not going to be asked to block. Big difference. Big difference. It's kind of like whenever you have a receiver who's known for like contested catches in college. It's like, is he going to be asked to do that in the pros? Can he do it in the pros? Or will he be asked to do something else? It's not just copy and paste from college to the pros. Ruiz will play significantly better with the guys surrounding him. Yeah, I mean, Ruiz does play better with McCoy. I mean, we've seen that in the past, so. Johnson doesn't block well. He does not. No, he does not. I mean, Jawan Johnson was a receiver first. He's, but again, he's not really asked to block. Sometimes he has to just because of the situation, but he's certainly not like Kittle. Like Kittle, like I said, he will actually take games. Kittle is such a good blocker that it actually hurts his value, like in fantasy, because in the past, Shanahan has been totally fine with just sticking him on the offensive line. All right, the Raiders, who they got here? So the Raiders have taken Mendoza, Stukes, and Crawford. Trey Zune, all right, from A&M. Okay. And where do they have Zune? They have him at tackle? Yeah, they have Zune at tackle in here. I'm kind of surprised that Lou hasn't gone yet. Connor Lou was getting some serious steam there towards the end of the draft process. Yeah, Texas A&M's had a lot of players drafted this year. All right, Dallas on the clock. Danny Riot super chatted $1.99. I wonder what makes Delp such a locker room joker. Yeah, I'm interested to see what McShay was talking about. McShay was saying he's basically just kind of a unique guy. Like he might just be kind of kind of a, interesting character, just a big personality or whatever. So they do interviews. Like he'll do an interview. So, and we'll definitely react to it. So I can't wait to see what he's like. I mean, looked like Andrew Janoko on the phone. Nuss going here. All right, to Dallas. Wait, are you talking about the Raiders? It must be on a delay. Is that what we're saying? I know there's a delay, so sometimes the chat didn't line up perfectly with the stream. All right, Cowboys are up. Jay Sean Barham, edge from Michigan. All right. All right, let's go to Barham here. Boom. Chris Bell at 42 would have been the worst reach of all time. What about McCoy at 12 or whatever? I mean, it's really crazy. It goes to show, like, the information and who knows what or whatever. Like, let's see, like, where's, like, let me see here. Let me see. Let's pull up, let's see. Let's go with who does a mock. Let's see Jeremiah. Does Daniel Jeremiah do a mock? Let's do Schrager. I think Schrager. Oh, let's do Jeremiah. Jeremiah mock. Let's see here. All right, this is Daniel Jeremiah's final mock. Did he have McCoy in there? Let's see. Tyson, Noah, Delane, Tate, Hood. Okay. So in this, Jeremiah had Hood going 18th. I'm trying to find some more stuff here. I'll get to it in a minute. But I guarantee you, in a lot of mocks, the mocks had McCoy in the first. Most of them. Like the week of the draft. All right, Keegan Trost. Missouri's had a lot of people drafted as well. Chris Cooley, Captain Chaos, the Washington tight end. Loved Cooley back in the day. Is that the right? Is that the right Chris Cooley? Washington tight end. It's a 4-hour stream, but I'm pretty sure Chris Cooley was Captain Chaos back in the day. All right, Trost. Yeah, we went 3.5 hours last night. We're going over 4 hours tonight. There's a lot of streaming for the boy. Is it safe to say that Kayvon Thibodeau rumors are false? Yeah. That is that's a good lesson in information being leaked by the team that wants to trade the player. The New York Giants more than likely leaked, telling an insider, hey, can you put out that we're trying to trade Kayvon Thibodeau? Hey, can you put out that we have interest so that other teams will maybe trade for him? James, I live in Lafayette and hear you on our local station with Kevin Foote on 103.7 The Game. Keep grinding, brother. Yeah, Kevin's awesome. Love doing the spot on Kevin's show. Kevin, that's who got me the Radio Row. When I went and did Radio Row the Super Bowl last year, was because of Kevin. So I'm eternally grateful. So yeah, anytime he reaches out, I always do his shows. Yeah, man. All right, Miami picking again. So Miami, Caden Proctor, Chris Johnson, Jacob Rodriguez, Caleb Douglas, Will Kakmarek, and now another pick. The Kaczmarek pick was insane. That was absolutely insane. Jacarius Williams, Super Chat, $4.99. How would you grade today off of first impressions? Also, big fan, Mr. Face of the Franchise. They said Tyson could be face of the franchise. Hashtag spot taken. Big true. Yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable. Peter Schrager said that Caleb Downs would be the face of the franchise. Then, who said, was it Nicholas? Then Nick said that Tyson could be the face of the franchise. I mean, guys, come on. What's going on here? I would grade today, I would grade all the picks. B+ for Tyson, B+ for Miller, C+, maybe a B for Delp. I'll go B for Delp. So I guess that averages out to a B+. Let's see. I don't drink, so I'm eating Wingstop. I just had wings for WrestleMania. Dirty Mountain Dew and ice cream. I remember back in the day, Dirty Mountain Dew, where I came from, was we used to call it the Incredible Hulk, which was Mountain Dew and Hypnotic. Anyways, some tough days there. Tough days. Venizor has super chatted $4.99. If you were in charge of taking the rookies around the city/state, where would you take them and why? Appreciate the daily vids. Wish you went live more. You got it. I mean, I'd just take them around the quarter. I'd take them around the best part of New Orleans. Take them around the quarter, go through the CBD, do the whole loop. I'd just take them on the loop, man. I'd just take them on the walk. I have like an 8-mile loop that I do. From the quarter, through the CBD, through the Arts District, back around, back down through the quarter. That's what I would do. James, you're doing rounds 4 through 7, right, brother? That's right. That's right. We're doing every pick. Every freaking pick. 11 a.m. 11 a.m. it starts tomorrow. Oh, yeah. All right, Miami takes. Chris Bell goes. There he goes. All right, Chris Bell goes to the Dolphins. If the Dolphins wouldn't have taken the tight end, they'd be kind of cooking. I mean, that's some crazy value. Crazy value on him and Pregnon, so. That was our Incredible Hulk, too? Yeah, the Mountain Dew and Hypnotic? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, Chris Bell to Miami. The tight end pick was nuts. Yeah, the Dolphins one, yeah, it was crazy. That was, I mean. Yeah, Will Kaczmarek. That's the one where it's like, man, how did this happen? But Proctor, you know, if you can get him committed and all that stuff, he's good. Chris Johnson's the man. Jacob Rodriguez, the man. Look at that neck. Look at the mustache. Chris Bell at pick 94 is crazy value. So Miami's done well. The Kaczmarek thing, yeah, I mean, I don't get that one, but. I thought Incredible Hulk was Hypnotic and Hennessy. No, Incredible Hulk. No, it was it was Hypnotic and Mountain Dew when I was growing up. All right, the Patriots. Who's my biggest surprise slide? Definitely Pregnon and Bell. All right, the Pats here. So they've taken Lomu and Yakis. Oh, Raridon, the tight end from Notre Dame. Man, so many tight ends. So many tight ends have gone tonight. Raridon from Notre Dame. All right. Okay, Seattle. So we've got 5 more picks tonight. Question for chat. Will Mike Vrabel coach the Patriots next year? If not Vrabel, then Josh McDaniels is the coach of the Patriots. Will Vrabel coach the Patriots? I think there's a real chance that he's going to be either suspended or something. I think there's a real chance. Delp's going to be very underrated. He did nothing wrong. Au contraire, my friend. This is how you got to look at it. All right, take the cheating, all that stuff like that. Take that to the side. The part that I think the NFL is going to have problems with is, think about it like this. Vrabel was having a six-ish year affair with NFL Insider. Okay, so if Vrabel was getting information from the insider who's talking to other NFL teams, other NFL coaches, other NFL front offices, and he's getting that information because of an affair, that is the part that the NFL is going to have a problem with. It has nothing to do with the affair. It has nothing to do with the cheating. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with a coach getting insider information from an insider that no other coaches are privy to. The NFL is very aware of that kind of stuff. Like Tom Brady, when he announces games, he can't talk to other owners and coaches. He doesn't have access to the teams like a reporter does, because the NFL does not want him to have that kind of information. So that is a big no-no in the NFL. Now, they gotta, I guess, do the investigation or whatever. But if that kind of stuff comes out, that's what could get Vrabel. Nothing to do with the affair. Nothing to do with the girlfriend. Nothing to do with kissy. It's all about what information was he getting that was inside information. That's the question. Jennings Dunker, good pick there. Pittsburgh's kind of cooking. So Pittsburgh traded with Seattle. All right, Pittsburgh, Seattle, boom, 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 boom. And they took Dunker. Pittsburgh kind of cooking. Ian Achor, Bernard, Aller, Everett, Dunker. I mean, this is kind of a draft. This is kind of a draft right here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Pittsburgh, go ahead. Ty DT. That's a crazy. Okay. Ty DT is super chat at $4.99. My wife thinks I have a drinking problem, but I think I can control it. Should I just stop altogether or just sneak shots at the park like Happy Gilmore? Great question. I would probably just switch to beer before you started doing the nips in the park, before you started doing, shots in the porta potty. When I'd probably just, have you a couple beers, whatever is what it is. If you know what I'm saying? So, or here's another classic. Well, never mind. Was going to give that advice, but yeah, I would lean towards the beers instead of the shots in the park. Shots in the park is just a real. You don't want to be in that situation. You don't want to be sitting on a picnic blanket in the park taking shots out of a flask. It's lukewarm. You know what I mean? Like, what are you shooting? You know, you're just knocking down like Seagram 7 in a park, sitting Indian style, like watching the ducks. Like, you don't want to do that. You know what I mean? So that would be my advice. Would just, knock down 3 or 4 beers in the backyard or the garage or whatever. Go on the roof. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. All right, Minnesota. Next up. But Ty, make sure you update us on what you decide to do. Make sure I want continuous updates on the plan. I want continuous updates on this strategy. Yeah, throwing sticks in front of the kids skating. Yeah, you don't want to be sneaking shots, throwing rocks or whatever, like in the movie Brink. You don't want to do that, man. Definitely don't go to the roof after knocking down 3 or 4 beers. I mean, we can brainstorm. We can brainstorm it. Go on a bike ride, you know what I mean? Go on a bike ride, whatever, knock down 5 or 6 beers. All right, what's Minnesota going to do here? Proctor was drafted 12th overall. Proctor has been gone. All right, here it is. Minnesota's pick is in. All right, Caleb Tiernan, tackle from Northwestern, goes to Minnesota. All right, 6'7" and 5'8", 323 pounds. That's a tackle right there. Caleb Tiernan, boom. Okay, there's still some big time names on the board. I mean, Keontae Scott, Bryce Lance, Danny Dennis Sutton, Grayson Halton, Mike Washington Jr., Elijah Surratt, Connor Liu, Daryl Jackson Jr. Like, these were big names in the draft process. So the 4th round, you're going to have some major players there. Whoa, Danny, now we got bad advice. Hold on, now we got bad advice in the chat. I gotta sound the alarm. I gotta sound the freaking alarm. Horrific advice in the chat. Turn James off and drink some beers and give her some attention from time to time. What the hell are we saying here? If anything, get her to watch me. Y'all watch me together. Make it an event. You know what I'm saying? Make it a date night kind of thing. Do something like that. Wait, did Minnesota trade back? Wait, what's going on here? Minnesota traded up, so Minnesota had back-to-back picks? Okay, hold on here. Trade with Minnesota. All right, hold on. Minnesota, boom. Okay, trade. I'm not sure what just happened. All right, so then they took, who did they take? They took Jacoby Thomas. All right. Okay, sure. There you go. All right. James is the new Netflix and chill. There you go. At what point does Heidenreich come through? Heidenreich, he could be a legitimate look 4th or 5th round. James, who's your best case scenario for day 3? Keontae Scott would be sweet. If we get Scott in the 4th, that would be really nice. Danny Dennis Sutton and Keontae Scott in the 4th, that would be nuts. Because we have 2 4th-round picks. So if we get Sutton and Scott, whew. All right, Julian Neal, Arkansas DB. Neal popped up in some of our drafts, our mock drafts. I'm a fan of him as well. Let's see. Neal, boom. Good player. But yeah, if we do, I mean, imagine that, guys. Imagine if the Saints go in their 2 4th-round picks, they end up with Keontae Scott and Danny Dennis Sutton. Then all of a sudden, they're filling all the holes. Wait, what? Let's see. People are misunderstanding the Delph pick because they are thinking position only. He's a movable piece that can be on the field immediately. Exactly. He's a mismatch. He's a nightmare. He's an athletic freak. Yeah, he's not just, I mean, yeah, I keep saying it, guys. Positional designation, throw it out the window. Positional designation, just because it says TE doesn't mean you can't be used in different spots, right? Old man Sam has super chatted $5. Do you think Kellen is planning to run a lot of 14 personnel this year? I think we're going to see Z's and X's and Y's and 14 personnel, 11, 12, 13. We're going to see every single number, every letter, stars, and we're going to have it all. We're going to have it all. I think what we will definitely see more of is more of the 2 tight end, kind of, I don't want to say a jumbo set, but having Delph now and Jawan, you're going to see a whole lot more of those 2 on the field. And I mean, what a matchup nightmare. Just try and imagine Oscar, Jawan, Tyson, Olave, Heidenreich. Who are you covering? Ooh, almost knocked my coffee over. What about linebacker, 5th for Murdoch? Oh my God, can you imagine? 4th round, we go Keontae Scott, Danny Dennis Sutton. 5th round, we go Murdoch. 6th round, you go Heidenreich. Wow. Wait, who was the pick? Who was the last pick? Jalen Husky. Husky was the last pick. Husky. Boom. All right, we did it. Rounds 1, done. Round 2, done. Round 3, done. 4 hours and 13 minutes. We had over 1,300 people, basically the entire night. Unbelievable support this entire night. A lot of fun hanging out. I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you all enjoyed hanging out with the Superstar tonight. This was a fun one. This was a good time. So we're almost at 8 hours of streams so far, and we still have tomorrow to go. So tomorrow, 11 a.m., we go rounds 4, rounds 5, round 6, round 7. All right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen. James, I missed my baby's birth to tune in and watch you. Love the videos, brother. That might be the comment of the night. That might be the comment of the night right there. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. for rounds 4, 5, 6, 7. Unbelievable performance. Thank you so much for everybody supporting. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for hanging out in chat. Thank you for the views. Amazing stuff. GG's. See you tomorrow. You'll have a great rest of your night.